course, the app does have the ability to coach you through compression-only CPR, and anybody, I believe, can do it. Certainly, though, if you have had a CPR course in the past, that would be very helpful. The app will determine where the location is. It will notify the people who are subscribers to the app that are within a certain distance of the reported location, and it will tell you where the closest AED is and give you all the information that you need to be able to go and lend a hand.
So you mentioned AED. Can you first tell us what that stands for and then why that is important?
What an AED is, an automatic external defibrillator. You probably have seen them a dozen times at the shopping malls, at the airport. They're all over the place. They're usually in a cabinet mounted to a wall somewhere nearby. What those do is actually deliver a shock to the heart to hopefully restart it to a normal rhythm. They're automatic. They don't require any training at all. And when you open up the package that the AED is in and push the power button, it will walk you through a step-by-step process on how to actually treat the patient.
So it's an easy task.
Both PulsePoint and an AED are designed to be simple for somebody who has had no training in the past to be able to go and do some good.
Well, it sounds like for those of us who do want to be able to jump in and help, the perfect opportunity to become a good Samaritan.
I absolutely believe that. We have already seen an uptick in our survival rates from full arrest with high performance CPR, which is something new that the fire department is working on. And that role of actually getting a bystander to start the CPR to bridge that gap for the drive time from the time that we're notified till we arrive on scene is, it makes a big difference.
For those of us who do want to take a CPR class, where would we look?
What you can do is you can look on the American Red Cross website, which will provide the link in this video, and then also the Sequoia Healthcare District provides free classes locally. So there's not a shortage of first aid CPR courses, and you can get a training done on the weekend, and by the end of the weekend you'll have a very good idea on how to deliver high quality CPR.
And this is a good idea for parents, for people who are living with people who have heart problems, for children who have elderly parents.
Absolutely. It gives you the ability to treat your family members first and foremost. We tend to see a lot of young couples coming through with their first child that they want to know how to deal with a choking child. And that is you would learn that in those courses as well.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for inviting us to Station 13. If you would like more information about CPR given in our area, or even the PulsePoint app, there's information on your screen right now. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Gloria Cohn, and this is City Hall in Focus.
Welcome. I will now call to order the City of San Carlos City Council Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency Housing Authority regular meeting. It is November 14th. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to item 3, changes to the order of the agenda. Any changes from staff this evening?
Nothing this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any changes from my colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item 4, presentations. Present a proclamation declaring November 13th through 19th, 2022 as United Against Hate Week. I will be, it was important to me to recognize this week, and I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation from the dais here. So this is a proclamation declaring November 13th through 19th, 2022 as United Against Hate Week. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and whereas the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals regardless of race, gender, religion, or political views, and whereas across the United States there exists alarming and frequent displays of hatred, as well as divisive and discriminatory rhetoric, which serve to deepen divisions and normalize hateful and racist discourse and other bigoted views by emboldened hate groups and individuals. And whereas the United Against Hate movement was created by civic leaders to empower local residents to take action in their communities and alter the course of this growing intolerance. And whereas this year, the Community Foundation of San Carlos, the San Carlos Library, and the city's Parks and Recreation Department will be hosting numerous United Against Hate-themed events and activities, including a family story time, a poetry slam, and a banner proudly displayed across Laurel Street, further demonstrating the community's support to embrace the strength of diversity and build inclusive and equitable communities for all. And whereas the City of San Carlos maintains a core value to foster a safe, diverse, welcoming, and engaged community that recognizes the importance of social equity. And whereas San Carlos is strengthened by the diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, gender, and sexual identities of its residents, all of which contribute to the safe, welcoming, and vibrant character of our city of good living. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Sarah McDowell, Mayor of the City of San Carlos, on behalf of our entire City Council, hereby declare November 13th through 19th, 2022 as United Against Hate Week, and urge our community to join together to condemn acts of hate toward any and all persons, and reaffirm our commitment to building an inclusive and equitable community for all. Presented this 14th day of November, 2022. So, Crystal, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, I do want to feature for the public some of the events that are going on here in San Carlos at our youth center. There's several activities for youth. There's the poetry slam that was mentioned with the Community Foundation this Friday, November 18th at Devil's Canyon Brewing Company. And there's some library activities. So I just really would encourage the community to take a look at these events and attend if you can. It was important to me to recognize this week and take an opportunity to emphasize that hate truly has no place here in San Carlos. Anyone who thinks that acts of intolerance or acts of hatred don't happen here is wrong. Unfortunately, they do happen here, as well as all over our country and our state and our nation. And we must each and every one of us do our part to ensure that San Carlos is a welcoming and inclusive community for everyone to call home. So with that, any comments from my colleagues on this item? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Crystal, for that slide. City Manager Maltby, did you have something to share? Okay. Okay, Great. So now we will move on to item 5, council communications and announcements. Council communications and announcements are brief items from members of the City Council regarding upcoming events in the community and correspondence that they have received. They are informational in nature and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. Any communications or announcements? Councilmember Palmer-Lohan.
Thank you, Mayor McDowell. I just want to announce that on October 27th, I attended the Local Policy Makers Group, which is affiliated with Caltrain, and they kicked off their quarter crossing strategy program, which will look at grade crossings for the trains. So pretty exciting project work, and I know Councilmember Ron Collins, who's the lead for that, will be following up in future. So lots of exciting news coming out of that.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? No? Okay. I will just do a quick announcement that the Vice Mayor and I took city coins to former Mayor Don Eaton and his wife Glenna. They're moving away from San Carlos, and of course, Don Eaton is our former mayor, very involved in our community. They have done Week of the Family. Glenna did Hometown Days. So it was something that the Vice Mayor and I were very pleased to do to recognize their service as they move on to other adventures. So I wanted to note that. Okay, I don't see any further council communications, so we will move on to public comment. Persons wishing to address the City Council on matters that are not on tonight's agenda may do so at this time. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. We will start with anyone in the waiting room on Zoom, and then we will take in-person public comments. Again, this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda at this point. Crystal, is anyone on Zoom?
I do not see any hands on Zoom, but we can go ahead and move on to in person.
Thank you.
First up is Allison and Bob Lyon.
Good evening.
Some of you may have gotten emails from me. We're concerned about speeding and accidents on San Carlos Avenue and the general disrepair of the street in many segments of it. And we'd like something to be done to remediate the speed and the accidents.
I agree with her. It's horrendous. We've had 2 cars totaled in front of our house. A neighbor down 2 doors down has had multiple vehicles in the past year.
Last month, a car got shoved into our driveway, missing our fence by 1 foot. Last week, pretty tremendous accident. If people had been walking, there would have been casualties.
Not to mention the accident that just happened last week where 2 cars ended up over the curb in somebody's front yard right before school let out. It's getting a little ridiculous and a little old. Plus, the house down the street from us, their tree caught on fire when a car went through their yard and hit a tree and caught on fire.
That was a drunk driver earlier, beginning of the year or end of last year?
I can't remember the dates, but what can we do about it? What can the council do? Anybody have any comment on it?
This is normally the point in time, as the mayor pointed out, that you have, as the members of the public, have an opportunity to comment, and then typically the mayor will ask staff to follow up on any questions like that with you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you used your full 2 minutes, so I didn't take that up. So yes, I will, as our city attorney mentioned, I will ask staff to follow up with the Lions, please. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, Cynthia Olivia. You can approach the podium, and if you can make sure you're speaking directly into the mic so that the viewers at home can hear clearly, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, we're coming to mention the same exact thing. This is my son, Michael, who's speaking next. We had an accident on July 22nd. This was a car that hit my son's car, and his girlfriend's car, and then it pushed it so far forward that it actually hit my son's motorcycle too, and it actually totaled both of the vehicles there. So that was only on July 22nd. Then on October 10th, I got another phone call from my son, and this car came across the line and went head-on into my son's car. My son's car was actually parked over here by the pink house. It got shoved all the way past my neighbor's house, and their house is after that. The car that was there ended up in their front yard. So this is the vehicle that ended up hitting their fence, almost hitting their fence, that ended up in their front yard. And that's about where her car was parked. And that was on October 10th. November 10th, this is just a few doors down from us, and it's another one. They did go ahead and they did put up a speeding thing telling people that they're speeding. I think it's a game to see how fast you can make your car go. Telling everybody it's 30 miles an hour there is doing nothing for us. They're still speeding. They're still coming into our yards. Like she said, the time of days that these were, 2 of them, they were right at 3 o'clock, and that's getting too close to the school getting out. We have Terra Linda and all the middle schools and private schools over there. We have the Carlmont High School kids coming by. My mom's 87. I told her no more working on the front yard. I'm afraid she's gonna get hit. I really am. When we get into our cars, we can feel if you're wearing a dress, it swishes right by you. Today I sat in my car, waited for him to come out. I kept my seatbelt on, my hazard lights on, and I was actually petrified to be sitting in my car in front of my own home, afraid that I was gonna get rear-ended and wondering if I should move my seat forward or backward, let the airbag hit me, not go step out onto my house. It's getting that dangerous out there, and it's just sad. I've owned my home since I was 22 years old, 1990. I've owned my home. I've had numerous cars hit.
Thank
This
you, Cynthia.
isn't the first one.
Yeah. Michael, would you like 2 minutes?
So yeah, the second accident actually happened to total the other vehicles in my driveway too. So it totaled 5 vehicles of mine so far, just the past few months. Insurance companies aren't paying out to what I've put into them and stuff, so ultimately I'm just losing in this. Really, I don't really have any more vehicles left. So it's getting kind of ridiculous. I mean, we ultimately lose from this. And that's pretty much all I have to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been referred to staff, and there's also an agenda setting time at the end of the meeting that council can bring this up again if they so choose. Any other public comments?
There are no more cards from members of the public in person, and no hands up on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Please come on up and announce your name, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Tim Bryan, Fairfield Drive. I know that it's been a couple of months, but there was some traction here amongst the council and staff to begin enforcing the state law against parking cars on sidewalks. I haven't seen that traction. Maybe it's still happening, but if there is a staff person or someone who wants to talk with a determined citizen to go ahead and make this go forward, to enforce the state law, I'd like to know that. I bicycle much more than I drive my car around town, and it's just, I've been watching this for 5 or 6 years now, and it's when does it come to an end? When I see Eaton Avenue is just a classic example, but Howard and Olive, and there are just many streets. When what's the other street up there? Lupin, my goodness. If somebody's house catches fire, good luck getting that fire equipment in there. It's a state law that should be enforced. People in wheelchairs walking out in the street rolling out in the street because they can't get down the sidewalk. When we turn over our sidewalks to automobiles, we're really giving up being residents of the city of Good Living. So if there's a staff person there, I'm Tim Ryan, and I'd sure love to hear how we're going to go forward and finally take care of this problem before it gets any bigger. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Tim. I will also refer that to staff, so we'll follow up with you. Thank you. Any other public comments this evening on items not on the agenda? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming out and sharing your feedback with us. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Do any of my colleagues wish to, did you have an announcement, City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to recuse myself from the consent calendar because there's a contract under consideration on that with my law firm, Burke Williams Sorensen. I did not participate in the drafting of the RFP or the consideration of any of the applicants in that particular agenda item. So I'm going to recuse and allow the council to consider that, and I will leave the room.
Thank you. Councilmember Collins, you have something to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the speakers that came to talk about the issues on San Carlos Avenue. We are going to be talking about that tonight. That is an agenda item, and so there will be a discussion. And there will be further opportunity for public comment at that time. So I don't want you to feel that we're ignoring you. We're just not allowed to talk back and have a conversation with you during public comment. But we are going to be addressing a lot of your concerns tonight during that item.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, any colleagues wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve City Council consent items, calendar items A through H. And item I, adopting ordinance number 1591, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, amending San Carlos Municipal Code Chapter 8.20 explosives, amending its title, adding provisions for regulation, fines, and penalties for possession and use of fireworks, and increasing the penalties for explosives.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now move to item 8, public hearing, consideration of the following actions for the Life Science Research and Development Project at 405 Industrial Road, APN 046051080. 1, adopt a resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration and the associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program. 2, introduce an ordinance approving the project planned development plan and related zoning map amendment to rezone the project site from landmark commercial to planned development. And 3, introduce an ordinance approving a development agreement with Menlo BCSP 405 Property LLC. And tonight we have Lisa Costa-Sanders.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. The item before you, as indicated, is 405 Industrial Road. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of Holly Street at Industrial Road, and it's directly behind the In-N-Out Burger site, currently occupied by public storage buildings. The property is 2.41 acres in area. It's a flag lot with driveway entrance from Industrial Road. The site is zoned landmark commercial with a general plan land use designation of general commercial industrial. The site is located within the northern end of the Eastside Innovation District Plan Study Area, and it's not within the moratorium for the Northeast Side Specific Plan Study Area, as you see on this map. The request before you is for a new 292,615 square foot research and development life science building within 6 floors, including 2 levels of above grade parking, 2 levels of below grade parking, and landscape improvements. The City Council entitlements include mitigated negative declaration, planned development zoning, and a planned development plan, as well as a development agreement. The Planning Commission approved the design review for the new building, the grading and dirt hall, and the transportation demand management plan. The site plan includes a 2-lane driveway access from Industrial Road with a 5-foot wide sidewalk connecting the building entrance to Industrial Road. There's also a fire lane that wraps around the perimeter of the building and a variety of mature landscaping existing along the Holly Street off-ramp. The planned development plan and zoning includes changing the zoning designation of the site from landmark commercial to planned development zoning, and it would allow for a height of the new building to a height of 86 feet 10 inches to the top of the parapet and 99 feet 10 inches to the top of the roof equipment screen. There is a typo in the staff report. It indicates 90 feet and it should be 99 feet. The planned development ordinance reflects the correct height, as well as the mitigated negative declaration addresses the correct height. 50 feet is the current height limit at the site. And this is similar height as the Meridian 25 site down on Industrial Road. The floor area, the planned development would establish the maximum site floor area at 2.79. 2.0 is the current maximum floor area. This does include 2 levels of above-grade parking. If you were to exclude the parking from the floor area calculations, it would be a 1.97 floor area. Landscaping would establish an 8% of the site area as landscaped, where 15% is the current code requirement. The sign area would permit a total of 350 square feet, and we've added this because the zoning code doesn't establish a maximum sign area for sign programs, so this just provides clarity. It's not a deviation from the code. And then uses would be allowed in the landmark commercial zoning, considered permitted or conditional as outlined in the code, with research and development considered a permitted use, and limit future tenants of biosafety level 1 or 2 only. So as indicated, the PD would allow all uses as outlined in the landmark commercial zoning and limit life science tenants to biosafety levels 1 and 2 only. Levels 3 and 4 would be considered prohibited. Biosafety lab level 1 and 2 are used to study infectious agents and could pose a risk to on-site users if accidentally exposed. These uses are not considered to pose a risk to surrounding community. This is the most common type of lab that you'll see in the Bay Area. Biosafety level 3 has a higher level of control and could pose a risk of exposure to the community. It requires a complex HVAC and construction system. It's less common in the Bay Area. And finally, biosafety level 4 is the highest level of containment, most stringent safety and security requirements. And there are no labs in California at biosafety level 4, and there's only 14 in North America. So this also includes a development agreement in consideration of the rezoning. The applicant proposes to provide the city with community benefits. This includes off-site landscape improvements along Industrial Road and a contribution of $4.2 million to the city in community benefits. The use of the funds would be determined by the City Council, and it could include traffic calming measures, park improvements, and additional neighborhood landscaping or infrastructure. As well, the applicant will be required to pay the city impact fees, and these are in effect at time of building permit issuance. It includes the commercial linkage fee for affordable housing at a little over $4.1 million, sewer connection and capacity fee, a little over $1.4 million, traffic impact fee, $941,646, and the child care impact fee newly adopted by the council, a little over $1 million. Total impact fees is over $7.5 million. And as I indicated, the impact fees are required to be paid at building permit issuance, and the community benefit contribution would be paid at certificate of occupancy as outlined in the development agreement. So the ultimate use of that funds for the community benefit would be determined by the City Council, but some options on how to determine the use of those funds. You could hold a community meeting with GESC residents to get their ideas for the use of the funds, or you could use a survey of the residents to gauge their preference for the use of funds, similar to like a True North survey that the council's conducted in the past. There we go. And the Planning Commission did conduct and approve the design review subject to City Council approval of the plan development. This is the view from the corner of Holly Street and Industrial Road. The applicant proposes to enhance the landscaping at the corner, as you see. And the building is designed 6 stories with a step back at the 6th floor with an outdoor balcony. And this is the view of the building if you're just entering from the driveway. You can see the breaks in the variation in the glass, the entry columns with the covered entry lobby, and a mix of metal panels at the first floor. And it's also another view you can see of the step back at that upper level with some landscaping. And this is the rear of the building as you would view it from Holly Street off-ramp at 101. The design of the building step backs following the curve of the lot. Planning Commission also approved grading and dirt haul, site grading of 49,600 cubic yards of soil for the 2 levels of below-grade parking. Estimate just over 4,000 truckloads off-hauling occurring over a 34-day period. The grading operations would follow the recommendations of the geotechnical report, and the haul route would be US 101 Holly Street off-ramp to Industrial Road. And then finally, the Planning Commission also approved the Transportation Demand Management Plan. This includes a 20% reduction in the trips based on the measures that are listed here. And the effectiveness of this program is required to be monitored. If the 20% trip reduction is not met, additional measures will need to be implemented. And then an initial study mitigated negative declaration has been prepared. The project will not have an impact with implementation of these mitigation measures. It relates to aesthetics. The applicant will be installing automatic light sensors as well as automatic shades. Air quality is limited to construction emissions. Biological relating to bird-safe glazing, so the exterior glass material they'll be using, as well as tree removal. Cultural resources only during construction. Geological also follow the geotech report and recommendations during construction, and transportation to implement the TDM plan. The mitigated negative declaration was available for a 30-day review period from August 9th through September 8th. During that time, we did receive 3 letters, and those responses are included in the CEQA document, as well as the mitigation measures are included in attachment to the CEQA resolution. In addition to the vehicle miles traveled analysis that's included in the CEQA analysis, we also conducted a traffic analysis, and that was completed to evaluate safety and any potential impacts to nearby intersections. The study did not find any impacts with the proposed development, and no roadway modifications are required. The traffic consultant is on Zoom this evening if you have any questions. We issued the required public notice to all property owners and occupants within 300 feet of the site on November 4th, as well as published in the newspaper on November 3rd. And the Planning Commission, at its September 19th, voted to recommend the City Council first adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, adopt the ordinance rezoning the site to planned development and adopting the associated planned development plan, adopt the ordinance approving the development agreement, and as I indicated, the Planning Commission approved design review, TDM, grading and dirt haul, all subject to the approval of the PD. And that concludes my presentation. We also have Gareth Harris, our fire marshal, here this evening if you have any questions relating to fire safety and review. Barbara Beard, Philip Gleason, our CEQA preparers, Ruben Rodriguez from Hexagon, the transportation consultant, and Jim Simon, our city's fiscal consultant. I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to start with disclosures just to be very transparent. I went to disclose that I did meet with the developer several months ago. It was informational in nature, but that will not affect the way I vote this evening. I've also discussed this project with the GESC leadership recently, so I'm going to disclose that as well. But again, these conversations will not impact the way I vote this evening. Any other disclosures? Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will disclose that I also met with the GESC leadership, and I did not meet with the developer, but I did meet with an attorney for the developer.
Councilmember Dugan.
And it won't affect my decision-making tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dugan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I believe it was some time ago. It might have even been while I was a planning commissioner. I believe I did meet with this developer, but it was a fair amount of time ago and will not affect my decision-making this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, did the applicant want to make a presentation next and then we can go to questions, or how would you suggest we proceed?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
You're going to pull up my... Okay. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I appreciate your time tonight. I'll try not to repeat what Lisa has already said. One of the things I want to do is just give you a bit of our thinking on how the design evolved. So this is a landmark site. It's a gateway to the city. It's supposed to be a significant project. If you look at general plan, various plans that the city has done, there was always the intention that this would be a pretty significant project coming into the city. It is easily accessed from the freeway. It's a short walk and a short bike ride to the Caltrain station, all good things. Does have some problems though. There is a single drive out into the site, which means that, hotels, retail, none of them would be interested. There is no street frontage and this would not be a good selling point. So the office use is the logical one. It cannot be used for residential due to the airport's restrictions. It is behind the in-and-out queue, and it's also surrounded by the freeway fence. You can see they have a razor wire, not very attractive. So, how to make this landmark site work? What we did is we lifted the occupied floors up to look out over the fencing and the in-and-out queue. So the occupied floors are on 3 to 6, and then we put parking underneath. That, of course, increased the height. It also sort of skewed the FAR. The occupied floors fit within the approved FAR, but as soon as you lift it up and put parking underneath, San Carlos, unlike most other cities, counts the unoccupied parking. So the occupied floors do fit within. The height, what we did is we said to make this successful but still not overwhelm our neighbors, how can we make this work? We set back the 6th floor, put landscaping on the top of it to soften it. The top of the 5th floor, where we have the setback, pretty much aligns with the roof line of the Sutter Health. What we were trying to do is, as you're going down the street, have these visually look similar, even if they weren't. So the 6th floor is set back, and then the roof screen's even further set back. The terrace, the setback area, we're using it for a terrace. The logic here is if you want to have a stable company occupy this building, have a healthy, well-known, produces sales tax, stays there for 10, 20 years, you must give them a good vista, 3rd floor and above, provide some outdoor space. There are certain requirements companies are looking for in order to attract employees and be successful. This is one of them. It has no direct line of sight to the neighbors, and actually it should be a great terrace because the wind comes from the other side, east to west. So that's the logic. The terrace works for both making the building seem smaller but providing some great outdoor space. Knowing that the residents, after meeting with them, were very unhappy with how bright the in-and-out sign was, we are putting automatic shades that come down at night, go up in the morning, and will pretty much mute the light coming out of the building. There will be no lighted building signage on Industrial Road, and we're also mandating that the interior lights shine up and down versus left and right out the windows. So this picture should be an accurate one. What's not accurate is I don't have the in and out sign on here. Traffic, as I said, we didn't do the traffic study. The traffic study is coordinated by city staff. The one thing I do want to mention, and people brought up that, there's the queue on in and out. In and out doesn't open until 10:30 in the morning. Most of the office traffic should be at work by then. At the end of the day, in and out's queuing north. Everybody from the office building is turning left and going south. So there isn't that much overlap between the two of them. Site soil, it's not contaminated. We don't have to remediate. We've heard a lot about how one exit out is dangerous, not safe. Well, 2 would be nice. But unfortunately, we don't have that situation. It's not a safety issue from the perspective of the occupants. Occupants don't drive out of the building, out of a site during a fire. They go down the steps and they walk out. The drive out is wide enough for everybody to walk out. Where it becomes an issue is how does the fire department access the site? Where's their fire equipment? We submitted a plan, the fire marshal approved it, where we added extra fire hydrants and a fire pump that's on a backup generator. We have a massive fire sprinkler system in the building that's already going to take care of, should EV, a battery catch on fire, that's going to start the fire sprinkler system. So I think this problem has been blown out of proportion, and between the sprinkler system and the way things are handled by the fire department, this really isn't an issue. Landscaping. Because of so much of the property on the backside is covered by Caltrans trees that aren't landscaping, we're covered by the in and out, we felt that our total landscaping requirement is about 15,000 square feet. We're going to take a big chunk of that and put it on the corner. We think it serves the neighborhood better. You get the landscaping where it can be seen on the corner of Industrial and Holly versus in the back of our site along the freeway. Even our occupants can't see that since they're on the 3rd floor. Everybody's better off if we move our landscaping over to the corner. Recycled water, that came up. There's no public recycled water line. Solar panels, I'd love to do them. There's just not much room left on the roof. You already know the community benefits, but I do want to point out there is ongoing tax revenues that will come out of this project. If this building is successful, and we think it will be due to the design, there will be ongoing tax revenues and obviously construction jobs as well as tech and support deployment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now open it up to council questions. Then we will take public comment. Then we will have council discussion. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jane, for the presentation. I actually just have one question at the moment, and that is on the road that goes in and out of the building. If you're coming out of the building, can you make a left turn onto Industrial?
Yes, you can. There's a median in the middle, which will accommodate several cars, and then you can go from the median to the 2 left turn lanes that get you onto Holly. Those are extended left turn lanes. So you probably stack 20 cars in each of the left turn lanes, and you can probably get 3 or 4 cars in the median.
Can you give me an idea of how far it is from that turnout to the Holly Industrial intersection?
From our exit, in terms of distance, gee, let me think about that. Can we do it in terms of football fields?
Well, staff might be able to provide it.
Yeah.
So that's,
yeah,
if you don't know, we'll
I
find
don't
out.
know. I mean, I'd just be guessing.
I'll have more questions later. I just wanted to clarify that
I'll
for
see
now.
if I can find it and I'll get it to you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ron. We will go to Councilmember Dugan and then Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, I think my questions are for staff here on this building. And, you know, it's good to see the work that we've done on linkage fees, both housing linkage fees and childcare linkage fees coming to some fruition here. And although I do appreciate $4+ million towards housing and $1 million towards childcare potentially from this project, I guess my question to staff is, you know, as we know, it can take a long time to turn designated funds like that into structures that actually help our community and meet these acute problems. And I'm just curious, how was a direct build option? How was that thought of by staff? How was that cycled with the applicant. Did we learn anything through that process? Is there anything that we could do differently next time to encourage direct build as opposed to just collecting linkage fees?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think I'll take a stab at that. We're definitely aware of that particular issue from past council discussions on it. So it's something that is on the table in a number of other discussions. But relative to the scale of this particular project, that seemed infeasible for us to be able to move forward with like a direct build option for housing on this, but it's something that we're under discussion with some other developers in town on projects that'll be coming to you in the next several months.
And how about the childcare? I would think, you know, a 300,000 foot professional building, childcare would be attractive even for the applicant. Was that aspect introduced maybe too late in their planning process, or do they just, you know, feel like there's more than enough childcare in the area to meet the needs of the anticipated employees here?
Sure. No, I think probably on that particular issue, the sort of unique configuration of this particular lot and the various limitations that we've heard about this evening made space a real premium in this particular property, and it just made on-site childcare infeasible. But it's something that we're getting a lot of traction on in our discussion with others.
Okay, thank you. My second question is around the green space, the landscaping. We have a standard of 15%, and I see we're allowing that to be reduced almost in half down to 8%. And, you know, as I think of these projects, you know, I guess I'm more open to a taller project to the extent it results in a much more pedestrian-friendly, open type campus environment. And so I guess my question is really, what drove us all the way down to 8%? And I want to make sure, you know, and I'm hoping the answer is this was a really unusual flag lot with some hard constraints and some other factors around the border of it. But I, you know, personally want to make sure we're not setting a precedent that, you know, we're okay minimizing landscaping as we're doing these larger projects.
Thank you. I can answer that, Councilmember Dugan, and I feel like you're putting your planning commissioner's hat on right now, and we've got you well trained. Yes, this is a unique flag-shaped lot, and what really drives the reduction in the landscaping is that fire lane that loops all the way around the building, coupled with the fire access ladder requirement, is when the fire engine truck arrives, they're going to deploy the ladder at a certain angle, and there can't be any trees between that place to obstruct it. And so that's another very limiting factor to the site that's unique.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've got like 4 questions. Do you want me to do a couple and then come back around? What's your preference? Just so I'm...
Why don't you choose your top 3 and then we'll come back around.
Okay, it's a hard choice. Okay, so my first question is, let me start with the solar. I know you mentioned that you don't feel like solar panels are on there, and I'd like to understand if you looked at solar tiles, and if not, why not?
So both solar panels and solar tiles have to have exposure to the sun. Once we put all the HVAC equipment on the roof, what's left over on the roof space is not sufficient space to create a viable solar system that would really have any significant impact on the reduction of the electricity to the buildings. As a developer, where we see solar systems, they're generally on top of a garage where you can just put rows and rows of solar panel and have an impact. 500 feet, by the way.
And I understand that you, as a follow-up for that, so you're looking for some exemptions for that have been granted around the lab space, and also for in terms of some of the lab functioning in terms of using gas instead of electric, and then also for diesel generator as well from our REACH code. So you're not using solar, you're not following some of the REACH codes. So what are you doing about energy reduction, energy efficiency in this project to meet what our demands are as we have our climate action plan?
So we are primarily electric. The gas exemption was just for the specific use of a tenant who might have a piece of equipment that needed gas. We're largely, our equipment is all electric, and so we're not deviating substantially from that. It was more for the life science user. The equipment we are using is extremely energy efficient, far more so than you would see typically there for the HVAC system.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, can you remind me how many employees you anticipate having there and how many parking spaces the building is anticipating?
So we have 474 spaces, but that includes a number of motorcycle spaces. The actual vehicle spaces are 459. We anticipate having somewhere in that range of occupancies in the building, somewhere maximum of 500. We anticipate that 20% or possibly even more will take public transportation. We balance between overparking, which then doesn't do much for encouraging people to take public transportation, versus underparking, which may impact the neighbors. We think where we're at provides sufficient parking, not an exorbitant amount, but still enough so that we're not going to spill out.
Okay, I guess because I'm not going to get into too many comments on this, but you mentioned that you were 4 to 5 minute bike ride and 7 to 10 minute walk, but it seems like you're looking at 1-to-1 parking practically for this project. So that's a little bit concerning to me that there is over parking on this.
So 1-to-1 presumes that it's a balance between who occupies the building. We don't have the tenant, so what we do is we try and estimate where we think they're going to be. Life science, the actual occupied square footage is about 206. Life science tends to be a lot lower occupancy because you have a gentlemen who maybe have an office and will also have a lab. So it's not as dense as a normal office. But if we put in too few spaces, then we have a problem. I also need to make it clear that some of those spaces are tandem spaces, which don't get used. Plenty of them are EV spaces, which are reserved for EV. So by the time you subtract out the less than desirable spaces plus the reserved spaces, you're a lot less than 1-to-1.
Okay, and I understand there's less individuals for lab space, for biotech and life sciences, so thank you. Okay, and then I will hold my fourth question. My third question is, in terms of, and I know you mentioned about the emergency exit and you talked through on that, was there any discussion with the adjacent PAMP facility about, at least I know there was some discussion and they didn't want to provide regular access. Was there any discussion about potentially providing emergency access from the PAMP site or to the PAMP site at all? Because you're mentioning about how the exit out for people would be to walk out, and I'm not sure where they walk out to. And then if you have fire trucks trying to get in, you only have one egress and ingress. So if you had at least emergency access from PAMP, it seems to me you would have a better potential flow, even if it wasn't regular access.
So we have been in ongoing discussions with Palo Alto Medical Foundation. Needless to say, they're not anxious to give up any of their land use rights. They may sometime in the future build out that hospital, and it's not something they're willing to do. It's not that they're not nice neighbors. They're allowing us to stage on their site. But to give up their rights and allow us to have emergency egress is not something that all of the people collectively who would have to agree to that are likely going to do. We do think that the fire trucks coming in, the people walking out, we don't think that's a conflict. The fire marshal can weigh in on that. One of the things that we are anxious to do is to get Caltrans to approve a pedestrian bridge over there right away to the corner. That would allow people to walk out. The only reason we say it's optional is it's subject to their approval. I think we can talk them into it unless we run into problems with Fish and Game or other organizations that weigh in and prohibit it. So that's, we would love to see that. We think it also shortens the time to walk to Caltrans or bike there. We're going to vigorously pursue that, and I'm crossing my fingers that they will agree.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Mayor, that's all the questions I have for right now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Palmer Lohan.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I see that Fire Chief Marshall is here, if we could learn a little bit about kind of the plan around fire safety and emergency response. And I heard some concerns about from my Vice Mayor about where people will evacuate to on this site. So I'm wondering if you could provide us with some insight in terms of kind of what the mitigation plan was. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Good evening, Gareth Harris, Fire Marshal. The site does not have any areas of refuge, so if there is an evacuation needed, they wouldn't be on the actual site. They would need to leave the site. And right now, until there's, or if there is a secondary means of egress, a pedestrian pathway over the Caltrans right-of-way, it would have to be out to industrial. And so as far as evacuating, there would be sidewalks provided that would take them out to industrial. And there is no gathering point specifically large enough anywhere on that property to be considered what we call an area of safe refuge, where if there was an emergency in the building, they could go to the area of safe refuge and be safe. There just isn't any location on the property that could provide that. So they would have to get off the property. If that answers your question specifically about evacuation.
It does. It's just concerning because, I mean, the kind of the issue is in biotech, sometimes those alarms go off and they're not major issues, but nonetheless, having potentially 400 people leave the building all at once without having, I mean, if somebody, there's always an emergency coordinator on staff at any one of these companies that they have to do drills, right? So I'm just struggling to understand exactly where these people would go. And what I'm hearing you say is that they'll be funneled off onto Industrial Road, which is a high traffic area coming right off of the freeway. So would there be some agreement that would be made with an adjacent property for a staging area that would be negotiated by the developer in advance, or how would that work?
That's a very good point. That has not been part of the discussions that the fire department was involved in. The idea of triggering an evacuation, part of what is required is very robust early detection in the form of fire alarm, and depending on what kind of hazardous materials may be used or biologic materials, then there may be specific monitoring. If any of those leak, that would then trigger an evacuation warning. And then for fire, we have an enhanced fire sprinkler design criteria required for laboratories. So it would be able to handle a larger fire by the sprinkler system. Either activation of the sprinkler system or typically activation of one of the gas detection systems or smoke detection system tied into the fire alarm. Either of those would activate the fire department. And I did look at response times from all of our surrounding stations, and we have 3 stations that could arrive within 4 minutes during the peak commute times, and that was measured without the use of lights and sirens. So that was just using Google Maps from each of our fire stations. So with lights and sirens, we can get to that by 3 of our stations in 4 minutes or better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, I have some questions about the traffic study and the left-hand turns. So I drive this way a lot. My family is a frequent user of PAMF. I have also visited this site several times and sat out there to watch the traffic patterns. And I'm really concerned about the unprotected left-hand turns coming out of this property. I'm concerned because In-N-Out is now down to one driveway, not two, as mentioned in the traffic study. They've closed off the southbound driveway, which makes sense because traffic was backing up closer to Holly. And so now there's only one driveway open for people to go in and park, as well as to go in through the drive-through. And today when I was out there, traffic was backing up. It's a difficult turn to make. And so cars were reversing back into industrial, and then you have cars passing this traffic and going into the first driveway of PAMF. So you have three driveways in very close proximity. You have In-N-Out, you have the project at 405 Industrial, and then you have the first driveway to PAMF, which many patients at PAMF choose to go into. You also have a lot of semis using this route of travel. I have seen semis parked in the center median, which has been referenced tonight as a place to find refuge. I have also seen conflicting traffic in the median where people are coming into the median, going southbound, making the left into In-N-Out, and then we're saying people are going to come out and make a left onto industrial. I see conflicting uses of that median. So I learned a lot by sitting out there today and kind of watching the traffic patterns in real life. So my question, either for staff or for the traffic consultant, is how many times did the consultant go out and actually sit at this property and watch the traffic to see how it plays out in real life? Maybe Ruben is on the line, or Lisa, do you want to hand it over?
Yeah, I could jump in. So yeah, Ruben from Mexicon. So we did field work for this project multiple times. I was out there myself 3 times during the AM peaks at 7 to 9 a.m. and 3 times during the PM peak for the office, which is before the 6 p.m. Yeah, so about 3 times for each peak hour.
And when was that? What month?
Let's see. Most recently would be over this last summer, and then 2019, and I think once in 2020. So I guess once a year, I guess, over the last few years, just for this project alone. And then I have worked on other projects in the area, like most recently there's 1030 Britain. So I was out there for that.
Yeah, I'm just interested in this project,
so,
but thank you. That answers my question. My second question, and this has been maybe, Jane, you mentioned this about your conversations with PAMF, but I'm really disappointed to hear. I mean, PAMF's driveway literally practically abuts your property, the 405 Industrial. And when the city has infrastructure like a traffic signal, I'm disappointed. This council has consistently taken a holistic approach to development and to looking at land use in this area. And, for me, it makes a lot of sense to to allow that traffic signal to be used by other projects. And it's really disappointing to hear that PAMF didn't come to the table, I guess, on that. Is that, maybe this is a question for Stephen, is it common for the city to install a traffic signal and allow one project to just take control of it and not share it with others?
It really depends on the kind of the location of the signal and who it actually serves. If I recall correctly, I guess there is a fence line between the two properties. I mean, typically it can, but usually the roads in PAMF, I believe, are all private roads. They're not, part of the public access. So, I mean, there certainly is a possibility if, in fact, PAMF wanted to come to the table that, something could happen. But usually in the situation that you're describing, it probably is not always something that happens where, two projects could actually share, but there's always that possibility.
Okay. I have another question for you. This is my third question. What discussions were had about enforcing a right turn only from the project and then allowing a U-turn at that light?
I'm not really sure I could
I can
really
ask the developer or staff, the applicant or staff.
Well, since the left turn was deemed safe, we didn't further discuss the right turn, but currently a U-turn at the light is prohibited, and so I don't know, we'd have to study that further to see why it's prohibited, first of all. And then in addition, when we embark on the northeast side specific plan, further analysis will be done for that length of industrial road, and so there could be some future improvements to the median. And I think your example of going into a private driveway with a street light would be down at like San Carlos Marketplace. That goes into that, and you can't get to the other businesses across the way because of the fence configuration. But it could be that in the future, at any time, the city could restrict the movements to right turn only and could build a solid median on Industrial Road.
Jane, did you all consider that at all for the tenants?
So in terms of the U-turn, Taylor, yes, we would welcome that. It would be in addition to the left turn. If someone didn't like how long it was taking to do the left, they could make a right and do the U-turn, and we would certainly welcome that. In Pam's perspective, when we did talk to them, it's not one decision maker who says yes or no. They are a conglomeration of companies that would have to approve it, and the likelihood is slim. And it's not as if you would go from our property to theirs and then to the light. You'd go from our property to their ring road, and you'd have to drive through their entire property to get to the light at Taylor. So it's not as easy as it seems. I mean, think of two residential houses together and you want to go from your driveway to somebody else's driveway to get out. They're not going to be anxious to agree to that. Just knowing that in the future, if they have a hospital, they have emergencies, they're not going to want our traffic interfering with theirs. I mean, they do have some logic there.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Any other questions those were my three for now. We'll go for a second round. Vice Mayor Rack, did you have a final one to ask?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good questions from everybody. I appreciate that. My question is, and I think, and Jane, you may have shown this, I'm trying to remember when you looked at the height of the PAMP building and your proposed building, can you tell me, or can somebody from staff tell me, that's where those sit in relation to the road, though? Because I think the PAMP building further back? Is it sort of on a straight line across? So, I mean, I get what the point you're making. I just want to get a sense for how that all fits over there.
So I actually looked at that. The PAMP building isn't parallel to the road. It's sort of at an angle. And, you know, we are parallel to the road behind the In-N-Out. They're about a little over 100 feet back, and we're closer to, I think it's somewhere between 150 and 200 feet back on the road. So we're a little further back. I know the pictures I showed were parallel, but it was hard to sort of depict that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dugan, you had a final question?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate your concerns about that left turn and the traffic flows. You know, even every time you leave that In-N-Out burger, which I'll admit to frequenting from time to time, that left turn can be a challenge. So I think your concern's valid. You know, I do trust our process. I know experts have studied this. I agree it's disappointing that somehow we've installed a public light that, is dedicated to one project, and now it would be, too close to that most likely to install a second light if needed. But I guess that's my follow-up question. What if this doesn't work well? Despite our studies, if we do move forward on this plan with uncontrolled left turns from, 300,000 square feet of workers every day, and we're getting a crash every month, and we just decide, wow, this isn't working out very well. Like, what can we do at that point? I mean, I guess, what are the solutions when something like that just, flat out doesn't work well, and we decide we have to make changes? Because, we've heard the constraints there, but what if this is the real problem? Where does that put us?
The city could install a median or could simply prevent the left turn out of that site at any time in the future.
And then that would be all right turns, and that probably doesn't work well either. Okay. And then I guess the left turn volume, would that be more or less than the current volume from the In-N-Out Burger? Do we have a sense of that? Because basically everyone that goes to In-N-Out has to make that same left turn, and somehow that does seem to happen. Whether it's good or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't have a comparison of the In-N-Out left turns to the project left turns. We have, the reason for that is for the office is going to be busier left turns from 4 to 6 p.m., but the In-N-Out kind of peaks later in the evening. So we do have counts during that time frame, which would presumably be before the In-N-Out peak. So in that, comparing maybe like a pre-dinner peak for In-N-Out and the office peak in the afternoon, more like a 4-to-1 ratio in favor of the office. So the office, everyone kind of leaving work around 5 or 6. Probably more trips are going to be leaving the office than In-N-Out. And then probably late in the evening, we presume that there'll be more In-N-Out trips leaving, and the office will be closed at that point, or less traffic at that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I ask one follow-up question on that, please?
Sure.
Can you, and this is for Jane, or if someone can tell me, I understood that sort of lab work is not necessarily consistent with regular kind of business hours. Is that accurate? Or Laura, you may know, because I know you work in biotech as well. Is that something that is true? So is the study sort of accurate from a timing standpoint, or did we miss the mark on certain things? I'm happy to get multiple answers on this as well from multiple people.
It is my understanding, especially it became evident during the work from home during COVID, lab work is in the office and at typical hours. Whether typical means 8 to 5 these days, or 9 to 6, that's when the lab work occurs. One of the comments on the traffic, first of all, we only have 206 square feet of occupiable space. Everything else is a parking garage, so it doesn't generate people coming out of it. In-N-Out does not open until 10:30 a.m. By then, most office workers, even the slackers, are there by 10:30. So then you're talking about the peak in the afternoon, which I think Ruben said was 4 to 6, and that's 5 days a week, not on the weekend. So it's not as overwhelming. It's not like that office traffic is there 24/7 competing with In-N-Out.
Vice Mayor Reckitt, just to answer your question, I concur with Jane with respect to the hours of lab staff arriving on campus and doing their work.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Collins, I apologize. You've been waiting a while.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have just a couple questions. One for the fire marshal. When the discussion was occurring about staging areas during an evacuation and that sort of thing, what happens with other similar projects when there's an an emergency and everybody has to evacuate the building. Is there anything inherently different about this project versus others that exist or you've seen in the past?
Excellent question. The bottom line is our goal is to get people away from wherever the problem is. And so the concept that I spoke of earlier of having an area of refuge within the property is not typical. Most other laboratory buildings don't have that, and the goal is to get people away from the danger. So the answer to your question is no, we don't have others that I'm even aware of that have areas of refuge within their own property, with some exceptions. Some that have larger lots, exterior parking lots and things might have the ability to have people still on the property but outside of any danger.
So do you think that there's anything that would be an impediment for an evacuating employee to quickly get off of the premises and go out to industrial or down either side, either in the back of the building or down industrial? It's hard for me to imagine them evacuating the building and then staying close enough to it to be in danger. And it looks like I know it's a 2-lane driveway, but if I were an employee working in that building and when I got out, I'd be heading as far away from the building as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The driveway, when you say 2 lanes, it's like 53 feet wide. So I know there were some questions about what if a fire truck goes in there, no one else can get out. We still would be able to have an exit pathway even with our fire trucks being able to go in. And the concept of the ring road all the way around the building provides a fire lane all the way around the building. And if we can get the secondary means of pedestrian egress onto the Caltrans or over the drainage ditch there, that could improve the ability to move more people out. But, the reality is it is set back from the roadway by a few hundred feet. So to get off that property, it is going to be a walk. For the folks that may be mobility impaired, the building will be 100% accessible. In other words, it'll meet all of the building code requirements for accessibility. So battery backups and generator powered elevators that will lower in the event power failures and things like that. So it will accommodate folks in wheelchairs, and it will have emergency communications in the event somebody can't get out. There will be emergency communication buttons at every elevator landing that they can hit to let our dispatch know that someone potentially needs to be rescued by our firefighters.
You said a 53-foot wide driveway. That's at the entrance?
Correct. The driveway access from industrial up to the building will be 53 feet. The portion on the north end of the building, which will be designated for what we call in the code calls aerial apparatus access, in other words, for the ladder truck to be able to set up to the building, that's 26 feet wide, but set back from the building 15 feet. And then all the way around the rest of the building will be a 20-foot fire access lane that is designed with radius turns that our fire apparatus can accommodate, so they can drive in and all the way around with any of the fire apparatus.
When I think of 53 feet, my house sits on a lot that's 55 feet, and I realize that it's not as wide as maybe some driveways, but that seems fairly wide to me. I mean, you could fit, side by side, you could probably fit 3 or 4 cars.
Honestly, it's one of the reasons why we did approve the alternative methods and materials, the AMMR, is the fact that that single access is wide enough to accommodate access and egress at the same time. If it was only a 20-foot wide driveway, we probably wouldn't be here. So that is a big advantage. There's no question about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Gareth. My other question is for staff. Regarding the light, Ms. Vaughn said that it's 500 feet from the intersection. I'm thinking of where there are locations in town where there's 500 feet between 2 electric lights, and the one that comes to mind is San Carlos Avenue and Phelps, and then very shortly after that is San Carlos Avenue and Alameda. Is that more or less than 500 feet? I'm trying to get a sort of a frame of reference here, which might tee up my next question.
I'm not sure I could really answer that. I haven't really looked at it, but I mean, typically, you know, kind of the rule of thumb, if you will, you like to have a separation of about 600 feet between signals. And I think that is, you know, to really allow the drivers not to be confused with, you know, a red light kind of closest to you versus a green light furthest away from you. So you like to have probably a minimum spacing about 600 feet or greater.
Okay, so this is less than that. And would that present, if we were to say we want a full signal there, would that present some problems that make the situation worse or no effect at all, or what?
It could be a challenge. I mean, I think there's different means or different ways to kind of shield, if you will, or screen kind of the signal head itself, you know, to try to prevent kind of the, you know, the confusion, perhaps that signals that are too close together. You know, I have seen situations where signals are fairly close together, specifically probably close where you might have a frontage road and Caltrans where, you know, they might be fairly close. And so there are means to do it, but, you know, from a kind of a rule of thumb, if you will, 600 feet is kind of like the closest that you really want to be.
While you were mentioning that, I was thinking of the light at El Camino and Holly, and then El Camino, or Holly and Old County Road, which is certainly not 500 feet, and then really going the other way, Holly and Laurel and Holly and San Carlos Avenue. So, you know, those, I don't know if this particular location presents a different challenge. Maybe it does, because there's, you know, wider roads and that sort of thing. Anyway, I just wanted to get an idea of, you know, whether or not that presents challenges or creates new problems. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate all the follow-up questions. Thank you, everyone. I don't see any other hands raised from the council, so we will go ahead to public comment, and then we will do discussion. We will start with, why don't we do, how many hands do we have raised on Zoom?
Just one at the moment.
Okay, let's start with that hand, and then let's go to public comment in the room in person, please.
Oh, okay, lots of hands just shot up. First up is John Medina. You'll be followed by Jeff Maley. And John, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, John.
Sorry.
Are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was trying to get off unmute there. My name's John Medina. I'm a business agent for Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. I just heard a few of the concerns. I happen to be in a good place to be able to listen tonight and address some of the fire and life safety issues. As a business agent and a sprinkler fitter for 25 years, I just want to talk about the automatic fire protection systems. This project has been designed and more importantly will be installed by one of the largest union signatory contractors that employs nothing but the highest skilled and trained sprinkler fitters and apprentices in the Bay Area. It's our job, working together with the San Carlos Fire Department and our fire marshal, and make sure all the occupants will be protected at all times. We're supporting this project and the developer for the opportunity to put local residents here to work where they can live here in the San Mateo County and area, as they've committed to using the highest skilled professionals in all of our trades. So thank you with your consideration.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Up next is Jeff Maley. If you can go ahead and unmute, and Paul Najanenko, you'll be following shortly.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to comment. You know, the images of that building going up just seem absolutely massive, and it seems just incredibly out of place given the height of the rest of the buildings. Additionally, the increased traffic, while I take the point that it's only 500 potential cars, that does seem like a lot for that one intersection, especially since it is really already busy pretty consistently all the time. So I do hope that the height and the capacity of that building could potentially be reduced just to make it fit in more with the neighborhood that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, up next is Paul Imaginetti, and then you'll be followed by Anthony Urbina. Paul, you should be able to unmute. Okay, let's just go ahead and Paul will come back to you. Oh,
Hi, can you guys,
Yes.
can you folks hear me?
yes, we can. Thank you.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, Paul, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Paul Imaginetti, I'm board member of the GESC Neighborhood Association. Not every project must succeed regardless of the consequences. Back in May of 2016, there was a project presented to our community by Wendy Hill, the original Meridian 25 project. The community knew there was a huge unreported toxic sludge pit at that site. We told them that waste must be cleaned up, but the cost was too high for them. They came back and said, isn't the 3.6 million for community benefit plus $4.2 million in impact fees enough? We told them no. That they ended up selling that project to Alexandria, and it was a very successful project, and it was done right. For the 405 project, this project is just too massive, and as a result, there are going to be huge traffic impacts. The community knows what the traffic impacts will be because any change near that intersection has always had a huge impact on the community, and the computer model just won't change that fact. And in terms of response in case of a natural disaster, the community knows that people's instincts during an emergency will be for everybody to try to exit at once, exactly where the emergency responders are trying to enter. Expecting the opposite is folly. Money cannot be the only consideration here. There are some risks to the community, some impacts on the community that no amount of money can justify. A better project will come along. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, up next is Anthony Urbina. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Anthony Urbina. I'm a business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Union Local 104. We have contractors that are highly skilled in the HVAC part of this project and are really happy to support this project. Also, I'm also speaking on behalf of the San Mateo County Building Trades Council. All the trades that would be involved with this project, to be a fantastic job for all those members to be able to be at, and great career pathways for a lot of our folks that have gone through the apprenticeship programs. Actually, San Mateo County Trades Introduction Program, the TIP program. We'd have these are folks out of high school and college that are getting trade prep to be on projects like this. We just really appreciate this project and look forward to having members out there and full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, next up is Dimitri Vandelis. You'll be followed by Jennifer Rossi.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi. Dimitri Vandelis, president of the GESC Neighborhood Association. Frankly, I just don't see how this project can be improved as it's currently proposed. The height, the bulk, the overall size of this development they're just too large and out of character with the GESC single family neighborhood. And this development sets a really poor precedent for future developments around our residential neighborhood. Additionally, no one has mentioned this, or there hasn't been enough discussion, that the development doesn't comply with the East Side General Plan or the zoning requirements, which our community worked, for many years to develop. Regarding left turns, people are using the fact that in and out you can hit a left turn onto industrial, and that's highly problematic. But two wrongs don't make a right. Like, exacerbating that situation is only going to make things much more difficult. And then when people are leaving in the evening, that is the time when people are coming to In-N-Out Burger for dinner. So I actually think that minimizing that traffic impact is not a help. Another thing that wasn't discussed was the over 4,000 truckloads of hauling dirt, which the city is saying, go ahead and hit a left turn out of that property. That seems incredibly short-sighted, and there really isn't enough room in the median for trucks hitting left turns. No one has discussed that. The building is significantly closer to the neighborhood, and it directly faces the community. PAMP is not closer to the residential neighborhood. Additionally, that building, the face of that building directly faces the community. So we think the city could assist in finding another site to complete the remainder of the developer's needs. We think that the city could work within the framework of the East Side Innovation District Plan to facilitate development and not overly burden this single site.
Thank you, Dimitri. I'm sorry, your 2 minutes have concluded, okay. And we have many speakers here tonight. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, up next is Jennifer Rossi. You'll be followed by Scott.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I'm going to share some of the same things I shared with the Planning Commission at that meeting, and I hope that the City Council can hear our concerns and find a compromise solution. My concern is really about the capacity of the building. It's too high. It holds too many people to accommodate the possible emergencies that could arise. I'm not against development. I just think what needs to be done right. Like somebody else mentioned earlier, if a major disaster happened, it could be catastrophic in this specific location with the constraints that are in place. And I think that the height needs to be lowered in order to have less people in the building. Then you'll have less people, the traffic will be less, the impacts to the community will be less, and the impacts in a potential disaster will be less. I'm also concerned about the traffic. The traffic studies sound like they were done in 2020 or 2021 when people weren't really driving. And I have a real concern with traffic studies that are done at times when people weren't driving, and then using that data to say there's no implications with traffic. So really being realistic about the impacts of what is coming. And then if you add 10 more of these buildings, what's gonna happen then? And being really thoughtful about that. And then also just during construction, if you guys can be really thoughtful about where construction people are supposed to park and where they're supposed to go when they have truckloads of stuff, and really how that's gonna impact that whole intersection as well. I think that there needs to be some real guidance around that. I don't really know how City Council is involved in that, but I think that's something to be planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Up next is Scott, and you'll be followed by Anna Zayak.
Hi, thank you for, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so first thing I'd like to say is the building is just too high. It's too close to the neighborhood and it's too high. Remove one floor of the building, remove one floor of parking, and you've got a project that maybe the neighborhood could get behind. I also want to say that the patio that's there that faces the neighborhood is probably the most insensitive thing that I've ever seen a developer present. It is not terracing. Terracing is stepping the building back in a way. Putting a terrace there that now overlooks the residential neighborhood is incredibly insensitive. The whole idea of not doing the 15% landscaping, the idea of that landscaping is to give a little bit less space for the development on the land, and to actually put trees and to put even solar panels would be a preferred thing there. So again, you're setting another precedent by not doing the 15% landscaping. And that 15% landscaping could actually be an area of safe refuge. Another thing I want to point out real quickly is common with biotech is chemistry labs, which also include large amounts of flammable chemicals. So has this been taken into consideration by the fire department that there may be multiple chemistry labs on some of the floors in this building? Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, up next is Anna Zayak. You'll be followed by Patty M.M. Oh, Anna, it looks like you took your hand down, so if you, oh, okay. You should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the mute prompt came up pretty late. Hi, my name is Anna Asha. I live on Hall Street. I want to echo just pretty much what everyone else said. This project is way too big. And as I've been attending meetings regarding development in our neighborhood, I keep hearing again and again, so many unique lots. There's so many unique lots, and it's really hard to develop. So I don't understand why this project was even considered to be in this space, given the location, given that it's in one of the most high traffic areas in our neighborhood and in San Carlos. So, and I also want to reiterate what Jen Rossi said regarding the traffic studies and what Jeff Maley said. The traffic studies really do not seem accurate to me, given that they were done during the pandemic when most people were home. So I really wish that would all be looked at. And I really wish that they would just make this, put this somewhere else, because again and again, we keep hearing that the lots are hard to develop and they're unique. And I really would wish that as projects are being considered, that they would really look at what benefits the neighborhood, what benefits the city, and what makes sense. Because there's plenty of areas to develop in San Carlos. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Patty M.M. You'll be followed by Debbie. Oh, Patty, it looks like you lowered.
This is Debbie.
Sorry, Debbie. Give me 1 second. Look like.
All right.
Okay, I think Patty removed her hand. So Patty, if you're interested in speaking, if you can go ahead and raise your hand again, we'll go ahead and take Debbie for now.
You'll take me now?
Yes, thank you, Debbie.
Yes, thank you so much, council members. Thank you for reading my late submission. I have worked on it for more than 40 hours since it was published, the agenda item was published. I read most of the material, all the material. I looked at the Planning Commission material. And at first, I just start off with saying the inconsistencies. And I don't mean to embarrass anyone or the applicant in particular, but I would say that I don't trust everything in the report. The applicant said the height at Sutter was similar to this building. In fact, it's 83 according to the report. That's 16 feet shorter than the 99 feet 10 inches. The report actually said the highest height on this building was 90 feet 10 inches. I sent in an email pointing out that in a footnote in the negative declaration, it said it was 99 feet, and they corrected it. Number two, the applicant said there would be 500 employees on the site, but the report says there's 685. That's on page 362. The traffic consultant was at the site in 2019 and 2020 during the pandemic, and this is the busiest site in San Carlos. Number four, the applicant said San Carlos expects 2,800 new jobs between 2010 and 2040, but we expect 75 to 8,000 per prior meetings. I'd also like to clarify how far away this is from single-family zoning. I read one point, it's closer than 300 feet. My biggest concern is fire safety. And the limits of the lot having one exit, there's no way to cure that with sprinklers, pumps, or fire hydrants. There are going to be fatalities and injuries as a result of this site contributing to traffic and coming out. And I would ask for a second opinion by a fire marshal who specializes in biotech evacuation and fire suppression. Thank you very
Debbie.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like, Patty, you have your hand up if you want to go ahead and try to unmute.
Hi, thank you. I got excited and lowered my hand by mistake. So I pretty much agree with everybody who has done public comment, even the union members. They're right, they're going to get jobs. But I would say we have guidelines in this city for a reason. And the building is too close to the neighborhood, to residential, to be this tall. We shouldn't just throw out the guidelines. And especially for a developer who is building a building for some unknown tenant. They don't have a tenant. And Alexandria, somebody brought up Alexandria, and the guy before from Meridian 25 said, these guys aren't even gonna have cars. They're gonna be taking the train. And you're saying, oh, we have this TDM. When have you reviewed the TDMs for Alexandria, for the transit village? Are those people actually walking between the train and their work? And the reason this is coming up is because I know people who work there, and now that it is dark, when people leave, they do not feel safe. They're driving, they're getting rides to the train. They're driving 4 blocks when they could walk during the day. So your traffic study from the summer is worthless. And it just really makes me upset that you are planning for, like Debbie said, for problems, for people dying. You have people coming up and saying on San Carlos Avenue, they don't feel safe on the road. Well, people on Industrial don't feel safe.
Thank you, Patty.
And this building,
unfortunately, your 2 minutes have expired. Thank you, Patty.
They could have a smaller number of people.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. We have many public comments tonight, so we're going to enforce the 2-minute rule. Thank you for calling in, Patty.
Okay, up next we have Allison, and you'll be followed by Tim Hilborn. Actually, I think it might be another Allison.
I was on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Is interested in making comment on this. Jane's doing a really hard sell on this. It sounds like greed and trying to put a square peg into a round hole. There's so many issues that have come up, and Vice Mayor Rack brought up solar. Why does HVAC need to be on the roof? Solar needs to be on the roof. San Carlos being the city of good living and good ambassadors for climate change, solar should be mandated on this project. HVAC does not need to go on a roof. The size of the project is making that a necessity. This doesn't sound like the right project for the site.
Thank you.
Okay. And next we have Tim Hilborn on Zoom. You should be able to unmute.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for taking our public comments. We do really appreciate it. First of all, in regards to the landscaping, it's just ridiculous. They want to do 8% instead of 15%. If you're going to hold them to that, make them do the rest of that someplace else, like out along Industrial. What about the In-N-Out Burger reflection from the In-N-Out Burger sign reflecting onto the building? Has anybody even addressed that or talked about that? Also, why can't this be used for housing? It's only 300 feet, less than 300 feet in some cases from our single family residence. So why can't you guys put a housing development there? Also, please do a right turn only. We really need that. Also, why is the city ignoring the ordinances and also the Eastside Innovation Project, which our community spent hours and hours and hours at these public forums asking for buffers, asking for a 50-foot variance around? Why is this being ignored by the Planning Commission? Well, you are our last hope here for this. You know, that's a 50-foot variance, and they're asking over 100% exception for that. That's just not acceptable. And, you know, in the long run, we need a different development there. I do not want to raise my kids a little over 300 feet from a biosafety level 1 and 2 development that is sitting on a liquefaction zone. It's not if, it's when we have our next earthquake. I do not want to have to live in fear every night for myself, my family, and my kids with a biolevel 2 sitting on a liquefaction zone. This is absolutely ridiculous. Please do not approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, and that was our last hand on Zoom. So I'll go ahead and move to in person here. First up is Tim Ryan.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Tim Ryan, Fairfield Drive. I haven't heard from anyone yet who lives any closer to this proposed project than I do, and I support it. Here we are with the one gateway to this city, and we've got a self-storage and fast food. I think that this is a good-looking project. I think it's been well thought out. I like the benefits that this project will bring to our east side. I think that it's you know, aesthetically pretty pleasing. The stepped back approach to the top floor works great. I really hope that Caltrans will approve this walkway through the drainage ditch, because I think that's going to attract more people who would walk from the train station or who would bicycle from the train station. I know that the map that was put up earlier had directed that pedestrian bicycle traffic down Hawley. I just hope that that's not something that is etched into a report at this point, because people should walk down East San Carlos Avenue. It's just a lot safer. You cannot bicycle on Hawley Street safely, and you really don't want people bicycling on the sidewalk. The deal where the last speaker talked about, you know, other landscaping. Well, they've agreed to put in the trees across the street, which OSH put in, and the city just didn't have any mechanism for maintaining these trees. So I'd like to see those. Those are just garbage cans right now is basically what they were. I think that this is going to be beneficial. I do like the idea of millions of dollars that some of us citizens will be able to have a role in figuring out how to spend it. And as a guy with a lot of aches and pains, you know, maybe somebody there will figure out, you know, for the next generation, how to get around some of these little medical problems that we older people are experiencing. Thank you very much. I approve this project.
Thanks, Tim.
Up next is Harrison Race, and then you'll be followed by Rosario Fernandez.
I'm Harrison Race, and I also live on the east side of San Carlos. I have been for many years. On previous occasions, I've come and spoke against some projects. On this occasion, I'm speaking for this project. I think these people did a great job in taking into account the lack of space that they have and also the neighborhood that's right next to them. They are taking into account everything, including the lighting and trees and whatever. I will make one comment on the entrance and exit where they can make a left or a right turn right now. No matter what the city does at that intersection or that driveway, people themselves will not obey the signs. Today, I was at a traffic light. 3 people in front of me ran the red light. When the light turned green for me, I went forward, and the guy on my left side, who was in the left turn only lane, decided he wanted to go forward too. That's the way people drive today. So no matter what you do about that congestion, it will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rosario Fernandez, and you'll be followed by Eduardo Polanco Leva.
Thank you. My name is Rosario Fernandez and had the opportunity to live on both sides. I've been a resident of San Carlos 41 years. Before, I lived up on the hill, and we had the same problem, you know, Winding Way, Coronado Avenue, talking about these fire problems. There was no issue. Nobody died. The fire truck came. I mean, there's only one way, you know. But I'm here to approve the project because now I live on the east side of San Carlos, and I love my neighborhood. This project is beautiful. They put together very nice. They had many meetings, and all our neighbors. I brought 3 neighbors here from Fairfield. They approved the project, and people talking that they live close to the project. That's not true, because In and Out is just right there. There's another company, lab company, closer to the neighborhood. So I'm here to support the project, and also talking about the solution about the parking, making left turn. I have a solution. You make a right turn, you go towards Harbor Boulevard for the people who are going south. Very easy exit. For the people who are going to San Francisco north, you just go around and make a loop, you know? And I do that because I drive very defensive. I take all these classes to learn how to drive, but I'm an adult. But now, like Harrison says, they don't care. They don't pay attention. Signs are there, you know. So, and also, I love the fact that we're going to get money for our East San Carlos, and I would like to participate on the credit survey with this money, and I'm protecting the future people for this project.
Thank you, Rosario.
All right.
Okay, Eduardo Polanco Leva, we're ready for you, and then you'll be followed by Brian Shields.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me this chance to speak tonight in meeting. My name is Eduardo Polanco Leva, and I'm a second period apprentice in the second period apprentices, and I'm resident of San Carlos. Being a second period apprentice, I have the opportunity to learn on the job and be a part of the case bigger and myself. The North Carpenters provide me with a living wage that will only increase as I may make my way throughout my apprentice and on my way through being a journeyman carpenter. They provide medical, education, and benefits that take care of my whole family. Being a resident of San Carlos, I may have the opportunity to work on the 405 Industrial Life Science Building, allowing me to spend more time with my family. The proposed community benefits will go through the East Neighborhood infrastructure improvement. The project will also give the residents of this city, San Carlos, the opportunity to start care as on Norcal Carpenter and feel the impact it will have in their life. This project will be good for the city of San Carlos and for its residents. And thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments.
Brian Shields, and you'll be followed by Sam Herzberg after.
Every time I stand up here, the words on my page get a little bit smaller. Brian Shields from Carpenters Local 217. Thank you for your time tonight and the ability to speak. Good evening, Mayor McDowell and Vice Mayor Rack, members of the City Council. I'm here tonight representing over 1,100 members that live here in San Mateo County. Members like Eduardo that you just heard and the men that are sitting in the council chambers here. Tonight I wanted to express my wholehearted support of the Menlo Equities and the 405 Industrial. The industry that the development will bring to San Carlos will bolster San Carlos against the rising tide of inflation and the pressing issues of a possible recession. Not only will the development bring at least 2 years of good union jobs to this city, but it will also develop the life science industry here in San Carlos. The biotech industry is important and is heavily regulated through the San Mateo County Health Department. The health department also oversees South San Francisco Biotech Hub and has done so for years with the utmost care. As far as the building being out of place or too large, the team at Menlo Equities has done a fantastic job of listening to these concerns. The building has the appropriate setbacks, 150 feet I heard tonight, and setbacks and a careful attention to detail, making it not appear larger than the already present Sutter Healthcare Center. So please support this project and with your vote in building our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm sorry, we're not gonna applaud. We need to have silence in the chambers, if you don't mind. Thank you. Mr. Herzberg.
Good evening, City Council and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Our neighborhood, I've lived in the neighborhood for 25 years in the East Side, and I'm a member of the Greater East San Carlos neighborhood. We work really closely with city staff for over 3 years, working on a general plan update and zoning regulations for the East Side and to guide future development. We're very concerned about being residential directly next to industrial uses that were heavily polluting, and there were a lot of noise impacts and height impacts. And we wanted to look at the future of development around us. I guess the single message to you is please we endorse the city to please follow your own regulations, which you've codified into law and by ordinance as city policy, ordinance, and practice. Those are being waived as part of this development, and we disagree with that. With the in-and-out development is a 24-hour lighted sign behind people's bedroom windows on the other side of the neighborhood, and there is going to be reflection from the glass into the community. The East Side Innovation District, we didn't really realize that this development was going to be part of that plan. And we don't know why it was carved out, because we thought it was going to be part of the northern plan. We were very concerned about, the missed opportunities for shared parking, and the reduction in height would greatly create an opportunity to allow this building if we could figure out parking someplace else. If PAMF needs a conditional approval for a hospital, then you have a tool to encourage some negotiation with PAMF or another land use nearby. We think this project's too tall and bulky in height. We've been very, very consistent in saying that from the very beginning. In terms of emergency egress over the creek, that is a creek. It's not a drainage ditch. And it
But
flows
could you
to the
just
San Francisco
wrap it up in
Bay.
a couple of seconds, please?
We don't encourage a penthouse. We would like solar as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that was the last card that we have for in person, but we do have one more hand up in Zoom. So we'll go ahead and take that now from Morgan. You should be able to unmute. Morgan, can you hear us? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. Yeah, my mic doesn't work on my old computer here. well, thank you for your time, Mayor McDowell and Vice Mayor Brock and the rest of the council members. I'm Army Morgan. I'm with the Operating Engineers, Local 3, and I'm in alliance with the San Mateo Labor Council and the San Mateo Building Trades Council. And we're proponents of this project. We think it'll create a lot of, it will create great union jobs in San Carlos for the next 2 years, good living wage jobs, and would supplement our apprenticeship program and keep people working, you know, with the loom of recession, the threat of recession and the, looming in the background. I think this will keep construction workers working, help keep us working, dirty hands, clean money, and you can't go wrong there. I think, this job will create 2 years of work with all the building trades, crane operators, steel erectors, carpenters, electricians, mechanical, glazing, et cetera. DEFCON estimates that approximately a little over 4,100 hours times 400 construction workers will be needed for the building and garage construction, and a little over 1,500 hours times 350 construction workers for the interior building build-out phase. It'll create a lot of work for a lot of people who want to stay busy, and I think we need more research development places like this. For the future, to cure cancer and all these other pandemics that we're faced with. I think it's a no-brainer. We have to progress, the biotech industry is regulated by San Mateo County Health Department, which has considerable experience due to their oversight of the large biotech hub in South San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Your 2 minutes have expired. I appreciate you taking the time to call in. Thank you.
Okay, and then we do have one more hand from a caller with a phone number ending in 203. If you can go ahead and unmute.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hey, how's it going? Good evening, City Council. My name is Michael Ochoa, and I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 217 here in Foster City. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the 405 Industrial Life Science Building. Having been a part of the Carpenters for 20 years, I can speak directly on the positive impact it has had on my family and myself. I was able to start my career here in San Mateo County. I've had the pleasure to work in cities all throughout this county. Having this developer commit to using a union signatory contractor will provide the residents of San Carlos, an opportunity to start a career that does not discriminate on whether you are a woman or a man. You will be paid equally for the work you do. This project will provide hundreds of jobs that will have a direct impact on those who live in this city, while providing a livable wage with health care and benefits to the workers and their families. A new life science building will attract a younger generation to buy housing in this neighborhood. This project is great for the residents and the community of San Carlos. On behalf of 36,000 members here in Northern California, I ask that you adopt the resolutions that are before you for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa.
And there are no further hands.
Okay.
Last call for anyone in the room here for public comment. Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Rack,
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan,
Yes.
Councilmember Collins,
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer Lohan,
Yes.
and Mayor McDowell.
Yes. I want to thank everyone for staying with us and for all of the public comments. We received quite a bit this evening, and I definitely appreciate it. We're now 2 hours into the meeting. We typically take a 5-minute break. So is 5 minutes okay? Anybody want longer than that? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
ahead and reconvene the city council meeting. So we just closed the public hearing, and now this is time for council discussion. So I will go ahead and open up the floor to my colleagues. Who would like to lead off the council discussion tonight? Councilmember Collins.
One thing I don't think we talked about, and I think I might have read it, Lisa, maybe you could enlighten us on the issue of toxics. I think at least one speaker mentioned that. I had heard that the cleanup issue was not great. Is that correct? And if not, how does that fit into this process? Just we hear a lot of comments that the east side's full of toxics, from north to south, from industrial all the way to the freeway. And in some cases that might be true, in some cases it isn't. I'm just wondering, with this specific project, what did you find with this project?
Right, so this specific project does not have ground contamination on the site. They will, however, while they're doing the grading, they will continually check and test the soil to make sure that they don't find any ground contamination during the course of construction, and that soil is safe to go to the location it's being, I believe it's going to Bay Fill, or for a levee fill.
It's going to the landfill at Ravenswood.
So they need to make sure that it's appropriate for that location. It will be ongoing with the testing.
Another item came up with respect to dirt hauling.
Yes.
I remember being on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal, and we always designated dirt hauling routes. So, and I assume that's in the development agreement. I don't remember seeing it specifically, but.
Right, so the Planning Commission reviewed the dirt haul route, and it was approved also by city engineer and reviewed by the city engineer. And they'll just be coming off Holly 101, going to the site. And then depending on the route, they could either just go back onto Holly 101 or they could go north and then get back on at Harbor. And then there's limitations on the hours for the dirt haul as well, so it'll be off commute hours. And then Public Works will be actually issuing the dirt haul permit. And so they'll review it again at a staff level and make sure the route's appropriate and the staging and make sure the trucks aren't queuing up as well on the street.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the last couple of questions. I'll have some comments, but I'll wait for now.
Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to thank all the speakers for coming today. I think it's appreciate, obviously, it's an issue that a lot of people care deeply about. So thank you for that. I just want to make a couple comments. One, I think that we need to be really thoughtful how we approach this project. It is a precedent-setting project for us. We have many, many projects coming up, both on the east side and in the east side vision area, eventually in the northeast section of town. And I think we need to be very cautious about what we do here because, we have a project that is in a difficult location, and we are potentially setting a precedent for future projects and sending a signal on that. So I think we need to think this through very carefully. I have some concerns about this project that I think could be fixed, and I will, most importantly, I am concerned about this left-hand turn. I think the mayor mentioned an option about maybe making a right-hand turn only, looking at a U-turn. I think there's a lot of options over here on this. I appreciate Ron's thinking about the light. I think it's a little bit challenging, but I'd be open to hearing about how we look at something like that because, you've got in and out and the project right next to each other, and how do you sort of position a light around that might be problematic. Secondly, I think there's too much parking in this project for what, if we're trying to promote more use of what we have a bike and pedestrian master plan, we're talking about setting up a transit district here. I think we are not doing a good job to encourage that by allowing so much parking on this project. I would rather see this project get dropped down one story, take 1 story left of housing, And I think that would make a difference. It's not taking away any amount of office space for the developer for the project. I think it's making it a project that still can work with less parking. And I think it's a more feasible project that way. I really do appreciate the fact that they're using union labor, and I appreciated hearing from all those individuals. I know that it does make a big difference. I think any kind of project moving forward, I certainly support efforts to use union labor whenever possible and prevailing wage. But those are a couple of my concerns. I think I understand some of the things are more challenging with the design. It's a difficult project from a design standpoint, but those are some of the main concerns I have around this project. And I'm concerned about the precedent that we potentially set by allowing so many things to be sort of, to be so flexible on so many things.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too appreciate all the speakers that came out tonight. This is an important project. I agree with the perspective that this project does have some precedential value, and it also represents a lot of time and effort we have all taken as a community on thinking through the East Side, and as we've reflected that through our general plan, through our East Side vision plan. And I very much respect the neighbors, the concerns from the neighborhood. Also acknowledge we've heard some support for this project from the neighborhood. And I also really respect the process we've gone through on this project. I respect the investment being made by the applicant in our community, and their efforts as far as outreach and mitigation, specifically around potential light impacts on the neighborhood. That is appreciated. And I also respect the significant benefits this project will release into our community. Specifically, the Transportation and Planning Commission spent a lot of time considering this project, several meetings, lots of input, and it was approved at that level. I know our Economic Development subcommittee as a council has put a lot of work into this one. And our staff literally has cycled and worked and focused on this project for, well over a year. I think years would be an accurate description. It's going to release $7.5 million of fees to the city. It's a great example of how our linkage fees have come into fruition. And we're going to be able to do a lot with those fees. I like the $4.2 million of direct benefits, and I like the recommendation. I very much support the recommendation that those funds be directed towards the East Side and towards solving some of the real issues that neighborhood has identified. So in many ways, this project will help us get out in front and resolve some issues that have lingered in that neighborhood for too long, frankly. As a city, we also have economic development goals. This project's estimated at roughly $500,000 a year in property tax and sales tax to the community. That should be considered. And I do find this project generally consistent with the East Side Vision Plan that we all spent so much time and effort on. It's also, I do find it consistent with other buildings in that area and other plans that are being actively cycled right now. I would say my concerns are also on precedential value. I understand this site has some unique aspects. I do want to make sure we're keeping all of our options open on how to encourage the direct build of housing and childcare, which are such dire needs in our community. As much as receiving the funds and doing good things with them is a positive, the delay and the inefficiency involved in that is significant. So pushing folks towards directly building what we need, whether it's on the particular lot or elsewhere in our community, I think we should keep foremost as we consider these significant projects. And then I am concerned about the green space being limited from 15%, which is our standard, down to 8%. And I agree with public comment that part of that 15% standard is to help with the mass and scale of the building to make sure it is appropriate in the community. So I personally do not want to be establishing an expectation that we will vary from our 15% requirement for landscaping and green space. And I appreciated the comment that if there are particulars to a lot that make 15% particularly challenging, like perhaps we have here, that could be done elsewhere in our community as well. I thought that was a good comment, and we should keep that in mind as we consider these sorts of projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councilmember Palmer Lohan.
Thank you. So I also appreciated all the community input tonight on the discussion. I thought that was very helpful, and I appreciate people hanging in there for their turn to speak. I took copious notes from all of you. I think I appreciate Vice Mayor Reck's concerns about making sure that from a precedent setting standpoint that we make sure that we're thoughtful in this particular case. And I see the respective challenges with what's considered a gateway project, but on a flag lot that's kind of tucked behind a fast food restaurant and a freeway off-ramp, which presents its unique challenges. And I think that there's, been a lot of thought that's gone into some of these things, and I just want to share. I'll start with kind of what I like about the project and what I feel like it brings to the community, and areas where I would hope that the developer and team would consider pushing forward on some things that were discussed tonight. So I too concur with Councilmember Dugan with respect to the benefits around housing and childcare. It's nice to see that long discussion that we've had over the last 4 years start to come into fruition with these impact fees. It's quite an accomplishment. It shows our priorities as a community, that we are a family community, and that everyone has a place here in San Carlos. So I'm really, really pleased to see that starting to take shape. I'm also appreciative of the community benefit of $4.2 million. That's significant. And earlier today, I received an email from one of the members of GESC that had quite a long list of things that they would like to see done in their neighborhood. And none of that really came out tonight. But what I do hope is that moving forward, that conversation will ensue with people on both sides of Holly Street. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that particular area, especially with the development coming in, and $4.2 million is a significant sum, and a lot of good can be done with that. In addition, I heard a lot of conversation around circulation. I agree it's an issue. I was down in that area a week or so ago, and I did see, especially at night after the time change, a lot of heavy traffic. It's a little daunting, and as a pedestrian or a bicyclist, I think commuting around that time of night in that time of year would be a challenge. So I would hope that we could potentially prioritize our bike and safety PED plan and maybe put some of these dollars to use, assuming that the neighbors over there agree with that. I also appreciate the proposal to add some of the landscaping into the public area, provided there's a water source, because that's been an issue in the past, and beautification of that gateway area, I think, could really enhance the entrance to San Carlos. It does look a bit shabby, so maybe with that new hotel coming in and doing some things on that corner. In particular, the bike or the pedestrian walkway along the creek, I think, is imperative, especially for a potential staging area. If 500 people have to get out of that building quickly, and I hear fire marshals say that they need to move away from the building, I prefer that they move away in an area that's safe and somewhat protected. And that area kind of in between the creek and In-N-Out Burger may provide that sanctuary. I'm not an expert, but I wouldn't want to go through the driveway personally with fire engine and apparatus coming in. And then as far as the parking goes, I hear some concerns about the amount of parking versus the number of employees. The fact remains that we just are not yet in a commuter mode mindset as a community, and so people still prefer to drive in their cars, and that transportation demand management plan, I think, will help with that, especially if there's an annual survey that needs to be done. And I don't know if there's any kind of enforcement that goes along with that, or a stick portion if it's not met. But I heard that there could be some changes that be made. But I'm wondering, as an anchor potential project, with the number of parking spaces available, would Menlo Equities be willing to share their parking with another development that comes along? So I understand that PAMF may not be so willing to share their parking with the Menlo Equities building, but could the reverse be true? And I'd be curious to see if that might be an option as we move forward, because my hope is more people, especially as we develop more transit-oriented housing, will likely start, walking and biking to work, especially if we can create that infrastructure, a safe way for people to get there from where they live. So those are my thoughts and suggestions. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Laura. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank everybody who spoke tonight. There were quite a number. For some people, it's not easy getting up in front of a council and making comments, but we really appreciate them. We appreciate the input. It always causes us to think. It did me, even though I've been here a while. And there's no question that the impact of this project is very real in many ways. There are some impacts that are going to be challenges and possibly negative, but to me, the positive impacts are really astounding going forward. This is really, we are trying to be a forward-thinking city. And this council pushed for the East Side Innovation District Visioning Plan. Some of you might remember that I was not really a fan of it. I really wasn't in favor of it, but once I saw what it entailed and the kind of thoughtfulness that went into it and what my fellow council members were thinking, I came around to support it. And I think it's really a valuable document that we put together. And our planning staff has followed that. They followed it practically to the letter. They did what we asked them to do. They created the guidelines. They put in a lot of time. It's taken us, I believe, 2 years to have this thing be completed and implemented. And this is one of the first projects that's a reflection of that. In addition to that, the Planning Commission, of which both John and I were a part of, they followed, the guidelines. They heard the project. They put a lot of time in studying it. And I think John will agree with me. Sometimes I think the Planning Commission works harder than we do because they hear a lot of public comment, but they also have a lot of detail that they have to work through. They have to work with staff. And I want to thank them as well, all 5 of them, for the work that they've put into it. I know from experience that that's not easy work. And, they don't, not many people give them a shout out, but I really appreciate what they do for us. I think, the project really is now a reflection of those objectives that we've established. And every project, as I said, has its issues. We've seen that many times over the years. The Transit Village, Wheeler Plaza, the Alexandria project. One of the things I regret is that we decided not to make the Transit Village a 4th story. Well, that cost, I don't know, 100 people housing. And we did it because we had a feeling that maybe it was going to be too high, but it was one more story. And I wish I had that night over again because I would have voted for that 4th story. That would have solved a lot of our immediate housing issues. It's also been said in the past that we don't ask enough of developers. Former council member said that to me directly. You don't ask enough. And I said, well, how much is enough? He says, I don't know, ask them. And ask them for more and we'll see what their limit is. Well, we asked for a lot more this issue. This is an $11 million fee project. You've heard all the numbers. $1 million plus for childcare, $4.2 million in community benefits, another $4 million in impact fees for our affordable housing fund. Right now, we got $23 million in that fund. We're going to use some of it to build an 100% affordable housing project down the street in a year or two. This money will replenish a good part of it. Other projects, and there are other projects coming, and people need to understand that. Those projects are going to help housing, they're going to help childcare, they're going to help the community. And that's what I have to keep in mind. And so I think that we have asked enough. There are many beneficiaries in this project, as I've mentioned, childcare, housing, nearby residents. And I agree with Councilmember Dugan that we should allocate all of that money, all $4.2 million, for improvements to the east side, and get their input on how they want that money spent. You know, and having said that, people need to realize that the extra height, that's directly related to that $4.2 million. If you reduce the height, you reduce the community benefit. I believe that we can also work through all those issues, the egress issues, the light reflection, the parking, the commuter challenges. We've dealt with all of these things before, and I have a lot of faith in our staff and our city manager that we will work through those issues. And finally, we need to remember this is an industrial area, and this is where industrial projects go. And to suggest that maybe we ought to put housing out there in an area where it's not really suitable for it, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It might to others, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm open to making some, changes here and there with traffic mitigation patterns and circulation and that sort of thing. But in general, I think this is one of the best projects that we can move forward with. I'm not too worried about setting precedents because state law is changing. Things like solar panels, the state law, I believe the state is going to be requiring those of future projects. They don't require them now, but they will be. And so while I would love to see solar panels on this project, some of the research I've read recently is that entire buildings in the future are going to be solar collectors. All the glass on the sides and on the top will be electricity generating solar panels. So, a lot of things are going to change. And I'm not too worried about this project setting a precedent that we can't overcome in the future. So I have said enough, and so thank you.
Thank you, Ron. I want to thank all of my colleagues for being so thoughtful tonight and kind of summarizing all of the issues that we have heard and, our role as city council members. I thought I would reflect a few of the concerns that I've heard too. I hear the concerns about height, and I'm trying to reconcile that this is also a landmark or gateway site that, has been targeted as a gateway site for our city. So, we were going to get a large-scale project here as a gateway site. I hear the concerns about community benefits, and as several of my colleagues very eloquently said, we recognize that the East Side is impacted by these projects. So I too support targeting the community benefit money towards improvements that are specifically requested by our Greater East San Carlos residents. And I too would like to give direction to staff to engage quickly and thoughtfully with our East Side neighbors on, what their top priorities are. I think our council has been very clear in giving direction that we don't want money to sit around in the city's bank account. We want to see those funds actively used and put to good use. So I think that, as a council, we will continue to push for deliverables. With regard to evacuation routes and the pedestrian bridge, I appreciate that creative approach. I don't think that any of us should take no for an answer from Caltrans. And, I think that we should pull all levers possible to convince them that this absolutely needs to happen from a safety standpoint, from the fire department, from the city standpoint. Seems like a small ask, honestly. So, I do think that we should push for that. And I wanted to say that I'm very supportive of the biosafety levels 1 and 2 only. I'm glad that that is incorporated and memorialized in our documentation. I think that is really important, especially given its proximity to residential. So I'm glad that that is part of this project and that it has been called out. I remain deeply concerned, and I think I've been clear about this already, about the unprotected left-hand turns. It has been, the dangers of making unprotected left-hand turns have been documented by many government-led studies. NHTSA has lots and lots of data, and I don't think it's safe. And given the unique nature of this project and the 3 driveways, one after the other, and conflicting traffic patterns going into in and out, coming into this project, going into PAMF, I recognize that the morning hours are not so tricky, but the evening hours are really tricky. Because you're going to have employees leaving and other people coming into in and out, and it's dark and traffic travels at very high rates of speed coming down Industrial. So I would really like to see this resolved. This has to be resolved. It's not safe. And so I think that it's something that should be studied, and we can expand the median that's already there closer to PAMF so that people can't physically make that left, and they should be able to make a right and make a U-turn at the next light. I have a big problem with the city installing infrastructure like a light and it being used exclusively by one private organization. And I'm going to keep my eye on that going forward. The next time we do that, I'm going to be looking for some guidance on how to make sure it's open to other projects that come along. I don't think that's fair. And I'm going to remember this about PAMF. So, I also would like, I've made this request before kind of in strategic planning sessions. I know the city's getting a new website, which is really exciting. I would like to see more documentation publicly available on our project site. Today, I requested the traffic study, and I really feel like that should have been posted on our website for the public to review, given that traffic and circulation is a top concern in our community. Knowing that we have a lot of projects coming forward on the east side, we need to make sure that all documentation, plans, studies, CEQA reports, that everything is posted very early so that the community can look through it, including myself, right? I can't read a traffic study with just a few hours of time. I would like to see that posted earlier. So I'm hoping that our new website will have that capacity and will make it easier on our staff to upload and make that a little more transparent for the community as well. I too remain concerned about looking at, in the very near future, the dirt hauling. I don't think that those huge trucks should be making a left-hand turn either. So I know that the Planning Commission approved the dirt hauling map, but I think that that deserves a second look to make sure that those trucks are making right-hand turns. And I think that is it for me. Are there any further discussion from the council based on what has been discussed already? Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't know if we're going to make comments after when some of the call for motion and other things, but I just would just point out that I think that by kicking the problem down the road with the left-hand turn and the traffic and the dirt hauling and some of these things to just say, let's just work it out later. I think we're just sort of giving this a pass. And I really think that we should tell them to go back, spend some time and fix this problem, and then come back before it. I could see that there's enough support for this to move forward. And I think we'd be better off getting it fixed, avoiding problems later on, and then bringing it back in a month or 2 months, and it's not going to impact the project that much.
I'm going to ask a question of staff since I don't see hands raised, or perhaps the applicant. How much time is needed to look at the left-hand turn problems and challenges and come up with a potential solution?
I'll defer to our traffic consultant because I know that he has taken a look at it, so further study.
Yeah, I could jump in here. So again, this is Ruben from Hexagon. Yeah, I definitely understand the concern. I hear where everyone's coming from. I want to, just acknowledge that we have looked at this left turn. We've worked closely with city staff, as well as our analysis was reviewed by another traffic consultant that was hired through city staff. So it has been reviewed. Our methodology has been both city staff and the kind of other traffic consultant reviewer did kind of look at what we did and confirmed our methodology and recommendations and conclusions. What we looked at the traffic volumes, we looked at the site distance, we looked at the combination volume of which been mentioned, which is the in and out, the PAMP, as well as our driveway. And we talked, adding another signal has been discussed, but we kind of, and as someone else mentioned before about it being kind of too close to some of these other two signals, which is there's one at Taylor and there's already one at Hawley. We agree with that. I think adding another signal would not be advantageous here. We looked at one of the kind of warrants for adding a signal or limiting left turns is delay, sight distance, and traffic volume. And looking at those three conditions, this location doesn't warrant kind of any extra restrictions at this time. I know it's been brought up that there's maybe problems or so, but other than congestion, which is the in and out issue, there's not necessarily an existing problem that we could point to, nor did our technical analysis show anything that was adverse or going to cause an adverse effect for this location, both in and out of the project driveway. So I tried to and there's been a lot of traffic issues that have been brought up. I tried my best, I think, to address each of those. If you need clarification on any of those items that I have discussed, or if you have further questions, go ahead and kind of shoot them my way.
Yeah, I'm not really satisfied with that answer. I think it's very well documented that unprotected left-hand turns are dangerous. And we know that Industrial Road has a lot of fast traffic. City Manager Maltby, I see your microphone on.
Yeah, so I think if the council feels like they would like to proceed with a no left-hand turn option from the project at this point, and we're comfortable approving the rest of the project, it's our street. We do control, whatever the traffic design is that we want to do. Obviously, there's a process we need to go through to do that, and likely over many, many years on a street like this, it's likely to change again in the future with the northeast area study if significant changes are made in the area. So we could just say no left-hand turn tonight, with the understanding from council that, well, you may in fact allow a left-hand turn there if it's a protected left-hand turn somehow, if we reconfigure that area or come up with other options, that you're not taking options off the table other than an unprotected left-hand turn. And then we'd have to come back and figure out for you what those options could be. And what would work. So that would be the best way to proceed in a timely manner if that's how you wanted to go. Otherwise, it may take us some time to do this.
Councilmember Collins, and then we'll go to Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That really was my thinking. I was going to ask staff if we can we move concurrently and remove this piece of it from the approval process and have that worked on separately so that we make the progress on the project, we get that started, but that we spend the time that we need to spend on the whole traffic safety issue and then figure out what the best path forward is. I mean, may very well be that the consultant is right, but we don't know that. You're obviously not comfortable with it, and I think a lot of people aren't comfortable with it. But I think maybe if we pursue a concurrent path, that may get us to where we want to be. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Ron. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just a question for Ruben. I guess I did hear a concern that perhaps the traffic study might have been, not fully reflective of current traffic patterns, in that perhaps it was studied during a pandemic-reduced traffic load. What is your perspective on that? And was that also peer-reviewed, that aspect of your study?
Yeah, so the whole study is peer-reviewed, and I do want to kind of elaborate on that. In the report, we outlined that the traffic volumes and what the analysis is based on is pre-pandemic counts. So we collected the counts and started this project back in 2019 and early 2020, before kind of the various shelter-in-place ordinances were set in place. So our initial baseline of counts is looked at, again, before the pandemic. We also factored those counts up to kind of account for a situation where the pandemic didn't happen and the roads kind of continued to increase, as we've seen throughout the last decade or so before the pandemic, where, if you look from 2010 to 2015 to 2019, there was kind of steady growth on the roadways network. So that is all taken into account. And again, that was all peer reviewed by, technical analysis prepared by myself, reviewed by a third-party reviewer, another traffic consultant, and then again, we work closely with Public Works throughout this time. That kind of analysis methodology is something that is generally accepted, and we've done for some of our other projects. Again, I want to reiterate that those volumes, we looked at historic counts. We did not take into, they're not reduced because of the pandemic. Again, these counts are based on pre-pandemic volumes and movements. Some of the initial field work for the project was done before March 2020. There were subsequent field work, which we talked about earlier, that was done during the pandemic. But even some of that field work, we were able to observe the traffic pattern that's been discussed. We were able to observe, sight distances, queuing, the interaction between the up and downstream signals and whatnot. One other thing to kind of note that, we haven't discussed yet either is with the up and downstream signals, those do kind of act as metering to the traffic on this corridor. So that kind of, so if Holly Street has a green light, that means there's like the through traffic, you're gonna get gaps in traffic to make left turns in and out, right turns in and out of all the driveways along Industrial. So I think that's one thing that kind of hasn't been touched on yet, but yeah, hopefully that answered the question.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that, Ruben. I guess, I understand the concern about a left-hand turn, and I have no doubt there are studies showing they're generally not great. Every site is particular, and every traffic pattern, this is not El Camino, this part of Industrial, it is not as much a thoroughfare as some of our other roads in town. I guess I just personally, I know what goes into a traffic study. I've seen quite a few of those. The fact that, traffic engineers spent the time and effort to study this. In fact, it was peer reviewed by a second firm, does give me the confidence where I would personally hesitate to just, hear from the dais say, I don't accept that. That's just where I'm at. I wouldn't want to really just, decide we don't like left turns there when we've got actual commission studies and analysis and real engineering went into helping us think through it. I'm not completely comfortable just disregarding that. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Vice Mayor Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one question for Ruben and then one follow-up question. So I understand what you said about the light at Holly, but did you take into account the light at Taylor? Because are they synced up the right way? Because it doesn't mean if the light on Taylor is green and the Holly Street is red, you're not going to be able to make a left-hand turn because there's going to be cars coming out of there.
Yeah, so,
coming through.
So my understanding is they are not synced up in terms of like El Camino Real synced up, where like everyone northbound has a green, everyone southbound has a green and whatnot. So my understanding is the two signals are not synced up. However, in regards to kind of the gaps in traffic and whatnot, that Taylor intersection has, significantly less traffic. And, I was just mentioning with, that John mentioned, right, there's not as much traffic or as, something like an El Camino Real, right? There's not much north of our site. There's only maybe a mile of road before it tees off at Harbor. So the traffic volumes are provide enough gaps in traffic for left turns to make out in a within the like recommended delays, and looking at all the engineering aspects that we typically look at for this type of situation, this type of location. And as I think it's been discussed before, there is the two-way left turn lane that does provide the ability to do a two-stage left turn when needed. In some of our field work that I've done out there, saw that used a bit, but most times cars were just waiting for a left and would take their left when they saw the opportunity. Again, normally when the upstream signals were providing like almost like a metering to allow for gaps.
But Rubens, I'm sorry, Rubens, I'm sorry, but can you please just, and maybe I'm just not seeing this, you can make a right-hand turn off the exit ramp onto Industrial. When you're coming up Holly Street, you can there's a left-hand, the traffic goes eastbound and you can make a left-hand turn with the arrow, it's not protected. So the only time, there's really is no time that it is potentially protected, because you can always make a right-hand turn on red onto Industrial of people exiting the freeway. So I don't understand where this gap comes in for this, because if you're making a left-hand turn, you still have to get over when there's oncoming traffic.
Yeah, and so what we're looking at is, we have the actual traffic volumes, like I said, on this roadway. What the conflicting volumes is what you're talking about, and there is sufficient gaps in the traffic to make the left turn, and that's what I saw in the field. That's what I saw. That's what the analysis shows. Looking at the numbers, that there's significant enough gaps in traffic for cars to wait their turn at the driveway as kind of like a stop controlled approach, and then enter into the roadway.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna just. I understand what you're saying, and I will stop there. I just have a separate question. And this is maybe for Jane or for someone who can tell me in terms of parking. If you were to take out one level of parking there, how much money would you save on the project? On construction costs.
That would be hard to quantify because it's all integrated together. I don't have separate numbers for that. But I do want to say we are required by code to have 431 spaces. We have 459 of actual auto spaces, taking out the motorcycle. Of that, is it 170 of them are tandem, another 46 are EV. So the actual number of usable spaces is a lot less. I actually worked hard to increase our spaces because the neighbor said, we want you to have enough parking so you don't overflow. So I'm caught between you think it's way higher than it needs to be, but yet I want to make sure that, we don't fall short and cause a problem, because I don't know what my tenant is going to be like. We have offered to share and worked out a deal with the hotel so they can have events after hours and use our parking. but I can't just take out a floor and tell you what the number is, because I get a number for concrete, I get a number for steel, I don't get it per floor.
I understand. No, I appreciate that. That's helpful. But I also, and I would just add, I know that you're in a difficult situation with the parking, but you've asked for other exceptions. So I'm sure we could have asked for an exception for parking as well, potentially, right? I mean, that's what this is. It's a negotiation around this. So that's always a possibility. I would just make that point.
And it also does allow us to add another 46 spaces of EV, and why that's critical is if you don't have an EV, you can't park there.
For sure. That's fair. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Adam. Councilmember Palmer Lohan.
So I just wanted a point of clarification and a comment for consideration. So when I'm just looking at the presentation that Lisa Costa-Standers went over with us earlier, and it says here the grading and dirt haul plan was already approved by Planning Commission, and my understanding is, just to clarify, council doesn't have a say into that. Is that correct? So,
it's been approved and it's a final decision at this point.
okay. And then, so the left turn discussion that we're having is simply around the occupants of the building once it's built. Is that correct? Somebody.
Excuse me, I thought that was a planning question.
It's
Can you
all good.
repeat the question for me?
So the discussion that we're having now about just saying, could we set in stone now that there'll be no left turns out of the building would take effect once the building is actually occupied. Is that correct?
I mean, that's part of what you can ask us to incorporate in the project. I think one of the things we were discussing offline is that exact question. How would we put that requirement into the project given the action items that are before you? And because we have this time frame for when the project, as you're suggesting, for when the project is going to be completed and all the potential traffic issues or safety issues might arise. I mean, we do have time to actually study that question and agendize it for you. It is the city's street, and so we have a lot of discretion as to how to configure that and make it safe if there's a concern there.
Thank you. So here's kind of my line of thought. So I heard Councilmember Dugan talk about, and I trust his years of service on the Planning Commission and having seen a number of traffic studies, and the fact that this one was actually peer reviewed by another engineering firm. And it sounds like it's a very science-based approach that was taken. Now, we may not all agree with the findings, and many community members, I did hear their concerns. If you go into that intersection, it is a wide street right off of a freeway, and if you're on foot, it is daunting. That's a fact, right? If you're trying to get into In-N-Out Burger, you're likely hungry and want to get there quickly. So, it's hectic. It is a hectic corner. That is true. I'm also thinking about the fact that the City Council has also approved a quite significant project with the Northeast Plan that's a site-specific plan that potentially, will take into consideration other future projects where we would maybe need to rethink the entire, circulation around that particular area. So I might suggest, because I know it's getting on, it's almost 10 o'clock and we've been at this for quite a while, and I think these are very valid concerns, but I'm just wondering if maybe we could potentially take the left turn component of this and continue it onto another agenda in the future, because the project's going to take a while to build out, right? It's not going to be built tomorrow. It's going to take a couple of years, from what I've heard earlier tonight, to make this happen. So if council would consider that as an option, and I know staff is very good about bringing things back to council that are of great concern to community. And
that would be acceptable to me too, and I heard Councilmember Collins suggest this too, so thank you, Laura. I do just want to make sure that this is brought back, and I think that staff has been very encouraging about making note of this. So any further discussion points, or I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, just a question of staff before I make a motion. Am I reading all of these all at once? Or one at a time, vote on one at a time?
There are three separate motions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-114, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos adopting a mitigated negative declaration and the associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the 405 Industrial Road project.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I just one final comment. Just to say, I appreciate all the work that's been put into this and on the project and all the comments on this. And I think some of the things in this project are great, and I appreciate them trying to work around things with that. I have some remaining concerns around the size and massing, and while I appreciate the changes made for the left-hand turn signal, I guess I will wait to see how that pans out. But at this point, it is my plan to vote no on this project. I think it's precedent setting, and I'm concerned about some of the exceptions we're making on this at this time.
Okay, noted. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rack?
No.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes. I'll entertain the second motion.
All right. I move to introduce ordinance number
1592.
1692?
1592.
1592, thank you. An ordinance of the City of San Carlos approving the 405 Industrial Road Project Plan, Development Plan, and related zoning map amendment to rezone the project site from Landmark Commercial LC to Plan Development PD at 405 Industrial Road, APN 046-051-080.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rack?
No.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes. I will now entertain the third motion.
All right. I move to introduce ordinance number
1593.
1593, an ordinance of the City of San Carlos approving a development agreement with Menlo BCSP 405 Property LLC for the 405 Industrial Project.
Second.
Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rack?
No.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now move on to item 9, study session, receive an update and provide direction on the San Carlos Avenue Pedestrian Safety Improvement Project Phase 3.
Through the chair, if I can just call a quick break. My computer is frozen, so I need a reset. And
Sure, yep, we'll take
should take maybe two minutes.
5-minute break, thanks.
When
And I apologize for that delay. We've got our technical issues figured out. I'm going to quickly entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Madam Mayor, I move that we extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Rack?
Circle back.
Might not be there still. Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes.
John Dugan's audio is not totally coming through. I don't know if everyone else is getting that, but we're not always hearing him.
Oh, how does this sound?
That's good.
Okay.
All right.
I'll speak up. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that.
Thanks, John. All right, so we will now move on to item 9, study session, receive an update and provide direction on the San Carlos Avenue Pedestrian Safety Improvement Project Phase 3 with Stephen Machida.
Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. Yeah, we're doing a real quick presentation on San Carlos Avenue Pedestrian Project Phase 3. With me tonight, I have Brian Fletcher from Calendar & Associates, so he'll actually joining to finish up some of the presentation. But real quickly, I just wanted to go, just because of the time limit, or time, I'd like to kind of move the presentation along a little bit quickly than normal. So the project background basically is, probably 4 things. We're actually going to be increasing the pedestrian safety by actually improving the sidewalk, the connectability from the downtown to, essentially the school or the boundaries, San Carlos boundaries, city limits near Terra Linda, improve the mobility for all community members, including the ADA accessibility and enhancing some of the bike lanes on San Carlos Avenue, as well as provide some of the beautification of the stormwater treatment planters. So as council knows, we actually has worked on San Carlos Avenue probably for the last several years. One, we just completed the eucalyptus tree removal. And then I think council is fully aware of the phases 1 and 2 of the same project, the San Carlos Avenue Pedestrian Safety Program. So current budget is a little bit under $1.3 million for fiscal year 22-23. And we actually just received a MTC grant of $400,000 for this project. So the previous phases, as we talked before, as phases 1 and 2, basically started from Devonshire to Alameda de los Pulgas, and from Alameda de los Pulgas to essentially Prospect. And this was actually constructed all in 2 phases. It was constructed all at one time, and was completed in 2021. So some of the previous improvements, as you probably all have seen, is we added the sidewalk and curb and gutter. And then in the photo to the left, you could actually see we actually need to extend some of the driveways a little past behind the sidewalk. And this is because depending upon how we actually formed the sidewalk and the elevation that we needed to actually provide the drainage, we actually had to kind of conform their driveway or the resident's driveway to ensure that we didn't really have an abrupt change, or basically we wouldn't actually bottom out their car as they kind of left or entered their driveway. This project also added some of the green bike lanes that you see, as well as the bike boxes. And then some of the things that we actually received quite a bit of compliments on are adding the bioretentions along the sidewalk. And this is really to treat the stormwater, from the project itself. So now I'd like to turn it over to Brian Fletcher, who actually will kind of go over the project itself and some of the outreach that we have accomplished and some of the design itself. So I turn it over to Brian.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Madam Mayor and council members, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to come tonight. Brian Fletcher, principal with Calendar Associates, also a proud resident of San Carlos for now over 20 years. So we are now we're looking at phase 3, which is going from Wellington up to Beverly, and will connect the newly constructed sidewalks to existing sidewalks further up San Carlos Avenue. We did a lot of community outreach during this process, including individual meetings with any resident that actually wanted to meet with us. We reached out to them individually and met with them. We did online surveys. We did 2 different open houses along the way as we work to develop these plans in front of you. In general, I can categorize most participants are positive about the improvements, the pedestrian enhancements and bike enhancements with continuous sidewalks. We began our community outreach with a plan to show them, and this was the original concept plan. We wanted to give something for people to react to. Generally, the travel lanes are in the same configuration. We're adding buffered bike lanes instead of the single stripe lanes. Green paint will help with because these are uphills and downhills for the slower moving bikes. You'll notice other indications on this. The pink are those conforms that Stephen talked about as far as moving those into the driveways. We also indicated potential areas of impacts to walls. And in this alternative, we did look for opportunities for retaining on-street parking, but the only areas that we could do that were up at the upper end, as you can see from 2308 to 2350. We were able to present parking in this alternative preliminarily. We brought that to the public. What the concerns were, general impacts to walls and driveways. They were concerned about street parking and impact to side streets. Existing line of sight became a big issue, especially for where we were proposing parked cars. That is the upper end of the hillside as well as a curve. So there were a lot of concerns for people backing out of their driveways and parked cars actually impeding their views. So we brought back a new concept plan that eliminated those line of sight issues and those parking stalls. And I can show you that as we can see here. So that's the major change between the preliminary concept plan and the proposed revised concept plan before you tonight. When we brought that back to them, generally it was acceptable and positive with the community members that were at the public meeting. So the next steps, continuing, I'm here to answer any questions. So if the next steps would be to continue those discussions with the community members to further refine the conforms, to further refine the potential impacts as we go more into detailed construction drawings. We'll further better understand those potential impacts, and we'll continue to work with those neighbors. We did bring this in front of the Planning and Transportation Commission, which received support. They did offer two areas of input. They wanted to look for opportunities for additional trees on site. And then also prioritizing advancement of improvements further up towards Carlmont, which I believe we heard some information about that tonight as well. So since then, we did take a look and looked at where we potentially could bring new street trees, and we're presenting that in front of you tonight. So on the south side of the street, you can see that we do have an area that we could provide planting. We are confirming some existing utility lines, but we think we're going to be clear of those. And then on the north side of the street, we do have some areas behind back of sidewalk that we can also provide street trees. These all would be irrigated as well. Here's the project timeline in front of you. You can see we're at the city council meeting. And as I said before, depending on how comments tonight, the next steps would be to finalize the plans and go into detailed construction drawings to further analyze potential impacts and further work out the details of that. And then work to hopefully start construction in April of next year to complete in the end of summer. So I don't know if Stephen, you want to close?
Sure. So what we're here for tonight is we really wanted to receive council's feedback on the project itself, and then we could actually move forward with continuing on the actual project design. So with that, I'll just turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you, Stephen, and thanks very much for the presentations. I want to thank Brian as well. Questions from the council. Let's start with Councilmember Palmer-Lohan and then Councilmember Collins.
Thank you. So I appreciate the presentation and the detailed work map here. And out of respect for some of our neighbors who joined us earlier this evening and made public comment about some of the concerns around speed and numerous car crashes this year, to what extent does this plan help to mitigate that, and or are there other things that we may need to consider outside of the scope of this particular project to address their concerns?
Sure, good question. So what this project will actually do, as Brian had indicated, we're actually going to be including buffered bike lanes, which essentially means you're going to have a bike lane kind of right adjacent to the curb line and probably about a 2-foot kind of buffer, if you will, kind of a painted area where that separates the bicycle from the vehicle lane. In addition, because we're actually including that, we're actually going to narrow some of the actual lane for the cars to travel. So basically, by squeezing the lane down a little bit, it makes it a little bit less comfortable for drivers who really want to speed, because you're going to have that side friction, cars coming, approaching you, and your car passing them, as well as kind of having a buffered area for the bicycle himself. So this project, as Brian had indicated, only goes up to Beverly. So some of the things that we're planning to do that is really kind of outside of this project, and we're actually currently doing, is we're going to be installing some of the feedback signs. These are actually permanent mounted feedback signs. They're going to be on poles. I believe there's one foundation out there now. We're still kind of waiting for the delivery of the kind of permanent signs. We're still kind of suffering from supply chain issues, but certainly we expect those to come in shortly. There's going to be a speed feedback signs in each direction. So right around the curve, it's not really shown on here, but kind of as you get past Kenton, as you get through that little S-curve area, we're actually going to have the speed feedback signs. And then we also wanted to install these high visibility signs out there. Basically, that shows a little arrow that has a curve where what's out there is kind of the older style, but what we wanted to use is the high vis kind of background, which kind of makes the arrow stand out a little bit more. And then as what we heard from the Planning Transportation Commission is they also wanted us to really look forward to, extend or kind of strategize how we could move some of the bike or bicycle improvements, which would be very similar to what we're planning to do in phase 3, where we're actually going to have a buffered bike lane, and again, narrowing the lanes. And then just recently, I've spoken to the chief in regards to actually requesting probably a little bit more targeted enforcement. One of the things that we always say is they're the 3 E's as far as dealing with some of the speed. It's the education, engineering, and enforcement. And all 3 disciplines actually have to work together to really make a really effective program. And so, certainly if one discipline is kind of carrying the other 2, it still works, but it's not as effective. So as I mentioned, I have spoken to the chief, and some of the things that we wanted to do is to probably do a little bit more targeted enforcement in that area, as well as, possibly doing a little bit more education, working with the schools, talking with the teachers and the principals, to provide some educational materials to actually have the children to bring back some of the information to their parents.
Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Stephen, I'll deal with the easy stuff first. I'm glad to see that there's a plan to replant some trees on whatever public spaces that we are able to do that. So I think I think I mistook Wellington for Dartmouth when I was first looking at this, and I should know better because I grew up on Plymouth and I took that route up San Carlos Avenue every day for 4 years in high school. 6 years. Forgot about junior high too. And I know that area is pretty dicey. When you talk about the bike lanes, did I hear you correctly? Those bike lanes are intended to be extended all the way up to the Alameda border, Carlmont. Is that right?
That is correct. So the intent is to, basically following the guidance of the master plan, bike ped master plan, it is to extend the bike lanes all the way up, up past or to, and perhaps past into Belmont. Coordinated bike lane.
And I know in other places around town, particularly like on St. Francis, which is close to where I live, and some other areas, we've narrowed the street with bulb outs and, I forget what they go, sharrows or something like that. is that workable in that area around Kenton? And I know that's really close to a curve, and people are coming around that curve and coming down. Do they have enough time to anticipate any narrowing work that we might do in that area? Or is there something else you think we might be able to do other than the, the enforcement and education and the signs and that sort of thing?
So, what we're planning really is to kind of narrow the lanes, travel lanes throughout. So it's not to just in one area. It is really to kind of cover that area essentially from kind of the westerly boundary all the way down to essentially phase 3. So instead of perhaps of a 12-foot lane, you might have more of an 11-foot lane, again, to kind of narrow the travel lane down a little bit more, as well as having the painted buffers, which kind of presents a little bit of activity to the driver's right-hand side, where they see this this painting where they tend to slow when the eye catches something in your peripheral vision. You tend to want to slow down because you don't know what specifically that is. So
I know I do. When I see it, I slow down a lot. I don't know if that has anything to do with my age, but I do slow down a lot when I see that. It's the psychological effect of that narrowing.
Just one thing I did forget is, at the intersection of Kenton and San Carlos Avenue, we are planning to install a rapid flashing beacon. This is to provide the pedestrian crossing across San Carlos Avenue. But what we'll do, very similar to what we've done to a lot of other pedestrian that have flashing beacons, we'll have a slight bulb out there. So again, that's going to kind of narrow down a little bit of area, for the drivers to kind of slow down.
Some of the correspondence that we got suggested maybe a traffic light. I take it that would require another study, and we would need to have warrants for it and that sort of thing.
That's exactly correct. And then, it's obviously you would need to find exactly where. I mean, if you're assuming, placing one at Kenton, just my gut reaction, I would have to say it probably wouldn't meet warrants, I think, because just the number of volumes of traffic, cars on San Carlos Avenue far outseeds what would coming off of Kenton. So, but I think we would need to study it. So, I mean, this is just my kind of the seat of the pants guess right now. But it is something that, if that is something we want to look at, that's something we could do. But, it is something that, we would have to do a warrant study to evaluate, the type of number of cars, number of collisions, number of accidents, et cetera, to ensure that we're following the rules correctly.
So it could be an arterial, you say. I mean, it could be not a full signal, electric signal. It could be a, stop sign.
Well, I would say stop signs probably even would be less likely.
Less likely.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I just wanted to be clear on that. That's puzzling to me because growing up, I don't remember that particular part of San Carlos being particularly dangerous. But it seems to have become, and I'm still scratching my head as to why that is. It doesn't make sense to me, but.
I think just because, this is just kind of my opinion. I think a lot of the cars have become a lot more efficient. They're a lot quieter. And so a lot of times you really don't know how quickly you're going, because you just tend to go, and they're very efficient. And it's just really unfortunate that, we've had experiencing some of the collisions that kind of the residents have spoken about. Certainly we don't want to see that, and that's why we are looking at, other means that we could do. We have looked at, possibly doing some type of pavement, pavement treatment that could help at least provide a little bit, the ability for people to kind of get a little bit more feedback. The unfortunate thing when you do any kind of pavement treatment, when it makes noise, it's going to make noise 24 hours a day. So during the day, it's fine, but during your children doing their homework, they're trying to sleep, and it's going to be constantly 24 hours a day. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and. Thank you, Stephen. Good overview. And these are really good projects, impactful, high visibility, high impact projects. So I'm very supportive of all of this. Like Ron, I know this area quite well. This left turn onto Beverly is my daily commute. And I regularly run along the south side of this, and I occasionally bike through here as well. So I'm pretty familiar. I also, it was fun. I've canvassed this neighborhood twice, literally every door on the north and south, both in phase 1 and phase 2 areas. And the first time through, we were in the middle of phase 1, and people were pretty grumpy about it all. I'll tell you that much. But then I came back through when phase 2 even was done, and yeah, everyone, lots of strong positive feedback. Everyone really liked the design and how it's working. So kudos to that. And you can just see it on this slide we're staring at here, just all the details that are being thought through and considered. And I'll just say, you know, that kind of level of thinking is takes effort and focus and care, and it matters. It really does result in a great project, and this is San Carlos Avenue. So really glad to see it. My question is, and I'm glad to see the improvements to the south side. I understand why we focused on the north side of this street, because there really wasn't a safe way through the north side before. The south side, you know, has this kind of really funky blacktop thing, but I'm glad we're fixing this part. But the south side of phase 2, like if you're on the south side, you then go back to a really funky area to get from Devonshire down to Alameda. It goes really funky again. And I'm curious, is there a phase 4 being envisioned to fix that final stretch so people get all the way downtown on nice sidewalks on the south side as well?
So what the plan is, you know, I had talked about the eucalyptus tree removal project earlier in the presentation. We actually held off on actually doing the work, the concrete sidewalk work, until that tree removal, eucalyptus tree removal was completed, because number one, we were concerned that that contractor would actually damage the new concrete sidewalk if we had installed it, you know, when phase 2 was in effect. So to answer your question, we do intend to install essentially the concrete sidewalk on the south side. This is on the phase 2 section between, I think, Cordilleras and Alameda. But it won't really be phase 4. It's going to be a separate project that we have allocated funds for. And so now we're, you know, since the tree work has been completed, now we can move forward with the sidewalk essentially on that phase 2 section.
Oh, that's great. So that's already been designed and budgeted?
It hasn't been designed. It's been budgeted, but it hasn't been designed yet. But, you know, that's kind of the next step.
Okay, great. Because I think we will get questions about that. So thank you. That's a good answer. My only feedback would then be, you know, not to think, especially when it comes to these bike lanes, we need to make sure we are thinking holistically here. You know, it's very confusing when you're on a bike and you're feeling all good about your green lane, and then all of a sudden you get ejected off the back of it, and it just feels all of a sudden you've been abandoned. And so green paint is not horribly expensive. I don't know how much engineering is required, but I would like to see, you know, you can't really think of a bike lane in phases as much. It needs to relate to the rest of that, you know, all the way down San Carlos, pretty much to the city limit. How do you think about that, Stephen? I mean, is that easy to continue, or, you know, is that a separate project to really execute our pedestrian bike master plan and get that thing painted green all the way through, or how are we thinking about that?
So, you know, my experience is there's typical standards that, you know, we want to follow. But I have seen, you know, other agencies actually kind of utilize kind of the green, you know, certainly wherever there's going to be a high conflict, you want to make sure that you have that green paint down. But if this is something that council is looking for us to continue, you know, throughout, certainly that can happen. And we'll just have to include that in kind of future projects, and then go back and kind of paint kind of the areas that we haven't completed with the green paint.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly support that, and I just want to make sure we don't just end it. We don't just think of this as a phase. So once we kind of start that, I have a friend who's a carpenter, and he loves to talk about trim, and he's always like, the problem with trim is where do you end, right? So we can't start with green paint and then just stop. You gotta carry it through. My second feedback would just be, I fully support street trees, those eucalyptus trees, understand why we took them out, but that's a loss. This is San Carlos Avenue. It should be beautiful. And we really should be as thoughtful about putting trees back in as thoughtful as we've been on all these other details. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. I don't see any other hands raised. Everybody's kind of giving their comments and their feedback. I don't have questions, but I have comments for you. But maybe we could take public comment first, and then we'll give. I'll do feedback. So we will go ahead and take public comment now. If you are on Zoom or in person. Anyone waiting in the Zoom room?
There are no hands on Zoom, but we do have a few cards in person. I think Allison Lyon has left. So Cynthia, would you like to speak? Okay.
So looking at the last one, that does not include our area. We are past that, around the bend, more between Kenton and the light up there. So that does not include us. But the safety project then, I feel, needs a phase 4 to include us as well. A buffer area, honest to God, the bike lane's done nothing for us. So I really feel like we need to lower the speed further around that corner. It says it right on the bend, literally. We used to, when I moved there, I don't know what happened, but we did have flashing lights on both sides saying to slow down because of the bend. We no longer have those signs. We just have plain painted signs. There's no more flashing lights there. They've been gone for years. And I just kind of realized that the other day when we were dealing with all of our accidents. If we get into the green thing, I'm afraid about removing parking on our street. My mother's handicapped. From all the way from the light down to Kenton, there is no side street for all of us residents to do an overflow parking. I have several houses on my street that have extra tenants in it that rent out back units, in-law units. It's gonna really make a big problem on it. So really the answer I see is trying to get that speed lowered a bit on that street. I like the idea of doing something down there at the light at Kensington. It's a long light between the one area to, you go way down San Carlos Avenue. It's a very long stretch. People pick up speed. They're constantly picking up speed on that street, whether they're coming up the hill and coming into our yard or coming around that corner and coming into our yard. We just can't get away from it. So I just really ask some help for our street. I'd be happy to leave my photos as a reminder to what's going on to us personally. It doesn't even begin to list how many cars we've lost at my personal home.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yes, and Crystal will take those. Appreciate that. Do we have another speaker card?
Yes, and Michael Olivia.
Hi, so yeah, I'm Michael Oliva. I've been the most financially burdened by all of this, all my vehicles being totaled. The last one, when it totaled my vehicle, it sprayed battery acid all over the ones in the driveway, which wrecked the paint jobs. Lived there my whole life. Grew up here and everything. I was 16, 17 years old. You're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna try to do stuff in cars and everything, but they're getting a lot faster now. I remember getting pulled over with Pat, actually. Greg's son, Pat, when we were 16, 17 years old. And I believe his first car was an E30 BMW. I think that thing had like 140 horsepower, 120, somewhere around there. Same with my Ford Taurus. Now kids are getting 400 horsepower cars. It's just, you need to break it up more. Kenton, I think there needs to be a stop sign there. It just needs to be broken up more where people can't pick up that speed, where they have to stop. That's about it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, comments from the council now. It's our discussion time. I've heard some feedback already. Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yeah, I appreciate the public comment, and I would suggest that, future taking a look at Phase 4, I appreciate that idea, because I think there was a comment earlier, maybe Ron, you made it around the bike lane, or somebody, John, perhaps, like just not ending it, right? I mean, it is a very important street through our, community. It's kind of brings people into San Carlos, and there's a lot going on there between the different schools, people walking, bicycles, traffic, and it just seems like the work won't be completed with just Phase 3. And then I hear loud and clear the need for some traffic calming measures that are, that will stick. And I also appreciate the fact that cars have just gotten more powerful over time, and you're right near a high school. So there's a lot of, people coming out of that high school that are likely brand new drivers in very powerful cars. And anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, a couple things were brought up. The flashing lights being removed. The only thing I wonder about is whether or not the residents who live really close to that might have an issue with that, those things flashing in their living room. And I don't know if that's why they were removed, but so that's question one, is your thoughts on that. And then the other one is, there's a lot of places where you approach a curve and it says reduce speed ahead, or they lower the limit. I think it's 30 there.
San Carlos is
Do we have
30,
the- do we have-
but then
yeah.
I think the curve, I think she was right, that it is kind of reduced as you go through the curve.
Is there a sign there that says reduce to 20? All right, so we've already taken care of that. So I guess then the other question is the issue of the flashing lights and what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, the flashing lights, certainly those are always a challenge, because as you had indicated, if they're constantly blinking, and it's in somebody's house, bedroom, garage, kitchen. So, what we try to do, certainly, when we have those is, certainly we want to talk to the neighborhood, make sure that they feel comfortable, number one, that they are going to be there, and a lot of times you just don't know. You actually install them, and they work fine, and people are, they obey, but then after a while, they tend to forget about, or perhaps don't see it as much. I mean, and that's what happens in many instances, even though those speed feedback signs, they'll obey them initially, but over a course of time, they get used to it. And so I don't want to say ignore it, but they just don't see it as often as they probably, when they were first installed.
Okay, thank you. I've been notified by Crystal that we have a public comment, so we'll go ahead and take that quickly, please. Thank you.
Okay. Sonia Elks, you should be able, there you go. Sonia, I do see you're unmuted. I'm thinking maybe she's having some technical difficulties on her end.
Okay, well, given the time, I think we need to move on because it is getting late. I'm going to add my comments. I want to thank our public commenters this evening, and as a mom and as a resident, I understand your concerns very deeply, and the loss of so many vehicles and just the concern. I don't think it's lost on any of us, the staff included. And I want to thank Ms. Lyons and her husband for coming in and speaking as well. Stephen, I appreciated your feedback. I had been thinking that maybe the pavement grooving was something that would wake people up and keep them in line, but your comment that that's running at all hours and keeping up the residents, all of these things are a lot for us to, there's pros and cons. So I think we're in agreement about taking a look at, the next phase, as the Planning Commission suggested as well. And I really like the buffered bike lanes in this section, and I'm glad that you were so thoughtful and able to work with the residents, because I know that it's very difficult to give up street parking, as was mentioned. But as Laura mentioned, we do have kids going to schools over there, and giving that protection is important too. So I know that we will have a budget process coming up in the spring, and I will look forward to hopefully seeing some ideas coming forward. I think that I've heard that direction from my colleagues. I also just wanted to note, in this specific project between Charlton and Plymouth, I went out and looked at this today, and there appears to be a PG&E pole that's very tilted over the street. So hopefully that's flagged by you all, and that can be amended. I also appreciated the Planning Commission bringing forward, and that you addressed so quickly, the trees. I think that we hold our residents accountable for replacement trees, and so we should hold ourselves accountable to replacing the trees. I think that's important. So with that, I have no further comments. Any other comments from council members? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Study session.
Oh, sorry. Okay, great. No motion needed. We'll move on to the next item. We're so productive. Item 10, new business. Consideration of introducing an ordinance repealing and replacing San Carlos Municipal Code Section 10.32.224, parking restrictions, 700 block of Laurel Street during the farmers market, with Section 10.32.224, parking restriction during farmers market. Oh, it's you again, Stephen. Okay, great.
So, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council Member Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. So, just real quickly, as we were going through the ordinance, and we kind of made determination, or actually uncovered some issues in regards to the current code section or the way it reads. But basically, after reviewing the parking restriction, we really determined that the farmers market we're really not practicing what is actually currently in the code. So basically, just a real quick history. In 2005, the City Council adopted the code, which created parking on the 700 block of Laurel Street during the farmers market. That was held each Thursday from May 1st to September 30th. And then subsequently in 2010, the code was amended to really allow the non-accessible public parking spaces, what is now known as Harrington Park, to be used for the farmers market, and then the one accessible space to remain available to the public. So this is the current code, and I'm not going to really read it, but I really highlighted the area that really caught our attention, where we really talk about May 1st to September 30th on each Thursday between the hours of 2:30 and 9. So obviously that is something that we're not currently complying with. So what we're actually recommending to the council is this proposed revisions, where we're actually identifying or rescinding and replacing it with this section, the parking restrictions during farmers market, where no person shall park, leave standing any vehicle in the designated area by the City Council for farmers market. In particular, what we really want to do is give councils the flexibility to really identify the time, place, and duration of the farmers market, and that would be established by council resolution. And then the council would also establish a no parking tollway zone at the farmers market location, reflecting the days and the time where it resides. So what we're recommending is, we're recommending that you update the code section to reflect what we're actually practicing. Introduce the ordinance as it is proposed, or for any amendments that the council wishes. And then if in fact you do introduce the ordinance, the second reading of the ordinance would be held on November 22nd, with the final ordinance becoming effective on November 28th, with the final ordinance becoming effective December 28th, 2022. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Seeing none, is there any public comment?
Yes, I do see two hands up in Zoom. First one up is Sonia Elks.
I think this, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is a public comment about the other one. Should I just email it or do I say it? My hand was still up. I'm gonna, you know what? It's about traffic. I'm just gonna say that I really appreciate Public Works. I think they've done an amazing job on San Carlos Ave. I really want to see speed cameras legalized in California. If San Carlos can be a pilot city, a test city for speed cameras, and Public Works can put in an application, I think they would be amazing on San Carlos Ave. Thank you.
Noted. Thanks, Sonia.
Thank you, Sonia. And then we do have one more hand up from EDMNC. EDMNC, you should be able to unmute. I'm not seeing any action there.
Okay, we're going to move on then. Any discussion from the council on this item? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to introduce ordinance number
1594.
an ordinance of the City of San Carlos repealing and replacing San Carlos Municipal Code Section 10.32.224 parking restriction 700 block of Laurel Street during the farmers market with Section 10.32.224 parking restriction during farmers market.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we'll take the second from Councilmember Palmer Lohan. For any further discussion? Seeing none, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
And Mayor McDowell?
Yes. Okay, we're going to very quickly move on to agenda setting. Our final item of the evening, consideration of agendizing an item directing staff to prepare a letter to elected state officials urging them to allow remote meetings to continue for regional meetings. So this is my item. I wanted to agendize this just basically because we've all been aware that the governor is changing what is allowed for hybrid meetings. And while I recognize that it's important for us as a council to serve our community in person, many of us serve on regional boards that meet all over the county. It would be nice to have the flexibility to continue those meetings virtually if the regional board so desires. The boards I have been on, we have been looking forward to doing kind of a hybrid where some meetings are in person, some are on Zoom, there's been lots of concern about meeting a quorum for these meetings when you have members driving over from Half Moon Bay and Daly City and all over. Not to mention that it flies in the face of some of the committees I sit on, which specifically look to reduce single occupancy vehicle travel. So. With that, I would like to agendize this. Staff would develop a letter to our legislators to bring this to their attention. Councilmember Palmer Lohan.
I'm in support.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, I cannot imagine driving to Millbrae for those airport noise meetings. So,
Oh,
yeah.
wait a minute. I may not want to be in support of this because John should have to do that a couple times.
Vice Mayor.
No, I am in support. And I would just suggest, if I can, Madam Mayor, at CCAG, we just discussed this, and I know they're drafting a letter. So if staff were interested, they might be able to piggyback off some of the things being put in the CCAG letter.
Very good. And I know some other city councils that are interested in seeing our letter too. So we will share. Okay, so that will come back at our next meeting. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time tonight. Councilmember Dugan, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in light of the recent traffic tragedy we had in town and the continual drumbeat, I think we're all hearing of more accidents on San Carlos Avenue and elsewhere, perhaps in town. Just interested in my colleagues, I personally would appreciate an update on collision statistics in town. Is there an uptick of any kind? and just a general update from the chief on our traffic patrolling enforcement in town.
Comments from the council?
That would just be an update. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'd support an update from the chief too. That sounds good. It's been a while. Okay, any other agenda setting items? Okay, seeing none, have a good night, everyone. We are adjourned. Take care, be well.
John, it's 1 o'clock there, right?
I think
Oh, I got a
Adam's
beat.
got
I'm at 2. I'm at 2 a.m.
Oh.